the fourth anniversary of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH. After countless emails, LinkedIn posts, and tweets, our digital messages have finally come to life as we convene here to bring together startups, potential entrepreneurs, and the major stakeholders in the startup ecosystem. Entrepreneurship and innovation has been central to Honorable Prime Minister Modi's vision for transforming India. He encouraged all of us to look at ways to harness our great networks of entrepreneurs and innovators to improve the lives of ordinary people. On National Startup Day, Honorable Prime Minister emphasized that the government is focusing on three aspects. First, to liberate entrepreneurship and innovation from the web of government processes, bureaucratic silos. Second, creating an institutional mechanism to promote innovation. And third, handholding of young innovators and young enterprises. Amalgam is one such event featuring 60 plus speakers from 16 countries, 90 plus partners from the entrepreneurial ecosystem, as well as startups, aspiring entrepreneurs, and students. Today's event is focused on the prototyping stage of an entrepreneur's growth. The inaugural session focuses on the government as a stakeholder, their support to the startup ecosystem, as well as the importance of various government bodies' innovation policy. So to start off with the event, please allow me to introduce and welcome Dr. Abha Rishi. Dr. Abha Rishi is the CEO at Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH and the chairperson for Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development. She's a senior faculty with 27 years of experience in the field of entrepreneurship and international trade. She's a PhD, PGDIBO, MFT, MIB, and holds an EEC honors from STVP Stanford University. She's among the few Indians to hold both a Chevening Scholarship from said Business School, University of Oxford, UK, and a Fulbright Scholarship. She has 9 national and international awards to her name, with the latest one being the Global Women in Leadership Award 2021 by the GCPIT. Now I would request Abha ma'am to address our guest and Amalgam and speak about AIC BIMTECH's journey so far. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pragya. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to our honored guests, Professor Chintan Vaishnav, Ms. Astha Grover, and Mr. Jeet Vijayvargiya. My very special thanks to our speakers for this inaugural session and for kindly accepting our request to join us here today. I also take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all our 62 guest speakers who have or will be joining us from 17 different countries, and also our 90 plus partners for their support and cooperation. So on that note, let me introduce the theme for Amalgam. Well, these days, great business ideas can come from anywhere, but to encourage them, we need to increase the breadth and the depth of the entrepreneurial ecosystem by multiplying connections among entrepreneurs and mentors, also improving access to entrepreneurial education, creating events and activities that really activate all the participants in the startup community, and much, much more. So in a series of activities to do this, Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH has been striving towards bridging this gap between the startups and the ideal ecosystem required for their growth. So in continuation with this drive, AIC BIMTECH is holding Amalgam 2.0, wherein entrepreneurship ecosystem enablers as well as entrepreneurs are invited together. Amalgam basically means a blending and a melding of various metals to create a new and better composite. So here in this amalgam, we have brought together people from the government setup, the private players, and other ecosystem enablers who are dealing in the startup space. They will discuss the issues, concerns, and limitations that they face and discover new synergies to move together towards the common goal of strengthening startups. Throughout the 4 days that we have 20 sessions wherein this objective will be given an actionable shape. So each of these 4 days is actually focused on one particular stage of the initial journey. So the first stage, the first day was about ideation, the second about prototyping and initial support, the third day is about revenue generation and market expansion, and the fourth day is about acceleration. So each of the sessions have been curated, keeping in mind the theme for the day. And today is about the government and the private entities and the prototyping and seed support that comes in from each of these entities. And in the 4 years of the existence, AIC BIMTECH has interacted with more than 200,000 or 2 lakh potential entrepreneurs. We have sifted through 2,000 plus application and have supported 174 incubatees. These incubatees have created 700 plus jobs and have won 25 awards. They have also raised nearly 11 crores in funding. Plus, we as an incubator have also flipped the survival rate. In the startup world, 7 to 8 startups out of 10 fail. In our incubator, we have had a 76% survival rate. So our action plan sees AIC BIMTECH as an important tool in the economic development of the area, as a means to create new job opportunities for the residents, create higher wage jobs, and contribute to the growth and success of emerging businesses. Ideally, businesses that graduate from an incubator move out into the community and contribute to the overall diversity and growth of the area. These new businesses and new jobs that they produce create wealth through many multiplier effects that ultimately benefits the community. So the dream is big, and we welcome all who have the desire and the commitment to join in this journey to catalyze the ecosystem and create a new story. So welcoming Professor Chintan, who is there from Atal Innovation Mission, Astha, who is there from Invest India, and we also have Jeet, who is there from Meiti. Thank you for being the most, what we call stalwart verticals in the whole ecosystem. So thank you again, and thank you for joining us in this session. Over to you, Pragya.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your kind introduction. And now it is with pleasure and honor that I introduce to you the keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director at Atal Innovation Mission. Dr. Vaishnav is also the academic director and a member of the founding team of MIT Tata Center for Technology and Design. He's a socio-technologist and an engineer trained to understand human as well as technological complexities in large systems. I now request Sir to please address our guest and say a few words.
Thank you very much, Pragya. And thank you, Dr. Abha Rishi. Greetings to everybody on this call, as well as to my fellow panelists, Astha and Jeet. It's great to be here. And it's really wonderful to see the layout of this program, the 4-day program. I think it's very thoughtfully done. And it does the work, the essential work that we need to do, which is that of the ecosystem building. I hope many other people would take such a template and do something similar in their own ecosystems, because we need to make many more connections of this kind. I saw that the topic that was for this particular segment said government as a stakeholder. So I just wanted to think about that topic with you as to why government? Should the government be there? Until when it should be there? Should it exit at some point? Under what conditions should it exit? And such. So I just wanted to share how I've been thinking about these things with you. And maybe you'll have some thoughts that you can share, if not in this forum, later on, however you want to share them. So I've been thinking about this question of the government, right? I mean, the theory is that there would have to be some market failure or an institutional failure for the government to be there, right? And I think there is unfortunately, there is an abundance of that happening. I mean, if you go to a crowd and you ask, okay, can you name how many technologies you can name that you depend on today that were invented in India? You will come up with a really small list. that needs to change, right? So there's something, now, if you ask anybody, not only people who live in India, but anybody who has visited India, you ask, do you think that the creative potential that you feel India has been exploited fully or is on display when you are in India? You generally hear, well, in some areas, I think our creative potential is on great display, right? Arts and so on. But I think in science and technology and all, not quite, not in all areas, right? So there's some form of market failure there. So I think there is need for the government at the moment. So that's okay. We could possibly agree to that. We could then ask, okay, ecosystem, what do we mean by ecosystem, and why an ecosystem? And so I have been using the following definitions, that when the interdependencies that are, the actors and their interdependencies that need to be in place for an idea, a worthy idea, to experience less friction in becoming an enterprise or some kind of an impacting entity. It may even be a not-for-profit. If a good idea can experience less friction, for doing that, if all of the actors and their interdependencies, if they became dependable, then you can say that we have built a good ecosystem. So for example, you would, like as I meet entrepreneurs in India, there are oftentimes I look at an idea and I feel, my mind goes to saying that, oh, if this person was in the Bay Area or Boston or somewhere, this idea would be a success. And a very high likelihood that it would be a success, right? I mean, that is an ecosystem, that is essentially an ecosystem thought. If you see an enterprise seeking funding from abroad at a certain point in healthcare and all that, it's happening quite a bit, right? What is that an expression of? That is an expression of an ecosystem. There is an ecosystem somewhere that makes their life much easier than our current ecosystem. That's the proxy for it, right? So I think we're trying to build that ecosystem. When can the government exit? So I think one way to think about, I mean, a very, very bold way to think about it is that if 1.4 billion people know how to solve their problems, problems of their surroundings, communities, problems of their nation, problems of their world, in an innovative and creative and entrepreneurial way, the day they all learn it in our country, then we can exit. That's a very theoretical and a bold vision, right? But maybe more practically, we can say that when industry sectors begin to consider innovation as a mainstream activity, that is, the private sector in a given industry sector begins to think of innovation as a mainstream activity of solving problems, important problems, and it can begin to depend on it. Then I think we can say that, okay, we have come to a point where government doesn't need to be there. There are sectors where that may be happening, right? I mean, in fintech, most startups don't touch the government. Many of them don't touch the government because I think the private sector is beginning to solve some of the problems. And I think it will happen to other sectors and so on. But that's another sort of indicator that that is the condition under which the government doesn't need to be there. So anyway, that's where we are headed, just to put that goalpost out there, right? And then we're doing a bunch of things. I think this crowd would possibly know, so I will not really bore you with a lot of numbers, but we have at Atal Innovation Mission, we have 10,000 tinkering labs we have built for schools, right? That may seem like a large number, but it really is not, because we have 260,000 secondary and higher secondary schools, so we have a long way to go, right? as a country, we may have built around 700 incubators. That is, whatever, that number is still maybe debatable, but around there, about 450 plus government ones, and then rest private ones, and so on. So the question is, in steady state, normatively, how many incubators will we need? Do we have a logic for that? There are some ways to think about it. I don't really have a number yet, but we've been crunching some numbers to make sense of this. But anyway, 60,000 startups, not a bad number. Still, it feels like we have barely scratched the surface of the creative potential of our country. Even a better situation to be in, right? And then at Atal, there are all these other initiatives such as community innovation centers, grassroots innovators. Grassroots innovations is an area where we are arguably champions, but we have never projected ourselves as such to the world. So that's another area. And then there are, of course, challenges and national challenges for innovation and so on. So these are types of things that we have been doing, and there's much more to do together as to build this innovation ecosystem. And I really, once again, congratulate AIC BIMTECH for this 4-year journey, the excellent work that they are doing. I have to say that everybody from Niti Aayog who has visited BIMTECH has always been very impressed, come back very impressed. Once again, thank you for putting together this large event to be further catalyst to building of this ecosystem. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative address and thought-provoking words. And we also thank you for being a part of this event, sir. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Jeet Vijayvargiya, CEO at METI Startup Hub, to speak a few words on the importance of the innovation policies by METI. Previously, he was licensed by FINRA SEC as an investment banker, broker-dealer, and an investment advisor. The most current position held in the USA was Assistant Vice Chancellor for Investments and Entrepreneurship at the University of Texas System. He was also the Managing Director of the Horizon Fund, the strategic venture fund of the University of Texas System. Welcome, sir, and over to you.
Thank you, Pragya. Appreciate this opportunity. I think the team at BIMTECH is doing an amazing job. And as Dr. Vaishnav started with, right, it's events like this that allow us to create community. It's all about creating community of communities, which allow our word to get out there more vocally, and more ideas can be shared, and more stories can be shared, and more relationships can be built. So I think it's a great initiative you are doing over this program. So congratulations to you, and good luck. Now, following up after Dr. Vaishnav, and that was very thought-provoking ideas, right? The role of government. When should government get out? And what role should it even play? Because a constitutionally defined role of the government is about the issue of commons, right? Common good. And what individuals are inherently are self-maximizing beings. We seek to maximize for ourselves as individual beings, but then who thinks about the collective? Therefore, it becomes imperative for the various elements of the social fabric of a nation and different stratas and different segments that come up, be it the nonprofit organization, be it the media and the news, be it the government, be it the judiciary, be it the different elements, the different pillars of the society that have to think of the commons and ensure that a nation state is not just a boundary, it's an idea, it's a culture, it's a collective, and that can actually grow over time. But to take this thought a little further, as Dr. Vaishnav was mentioning, right? Role of government depends on the age of the country as well, right? As a country evolves, the systems evolve, and the evolution of the industrial revolution within that paradigm of societal structure, it changes the role that different players play in that game, right? So at some point, government is a larger player in the ecosystem, both in the economy and the politics and the society at large, and private sector is a relatively smaller role. But as things progress further in the evolutionary change of societies, then the government's role tends to become less in terms of the normative rules and regulations that they need to formulate, and the governance of society becomes a little bit more independent, at least in a democratic setup. And so where India stands today, if you look at ancient history of India, it's replete with heroics, replete with our success, replete with anthologies and what we used to be known as Sone ki Churiya at some point, right? It's a nation that was built on business. We are a thriving economy of entrepreneurs if you look at historically. But now post-independence in the last 75 years that we have traveled, India has made tremendous progress coming out of after 200 plus years of British rule, where we are today. Now, within that framework, if we start looking at where we are as a startup nation, yes, we have 60,000 odd startups, and the number is increasing. But did we not have small businesses before? Of course, we had small businesses. Of course, people have been entrepreneurial. 1.3 billion people population. We can't afford to be purely employment focused, right? And most of the Indian economy is informal economy and small business driven economy. So all that has been there. And it was our Honorable Prime Minister who had the vision to realize that formalizing, corporatizing, and recognizing the phenomenon of small job creation through innovation will really shift the paradigm of success for India in the future. And hence the creation of Startup India as a movement in 2016. And today we have seen, because of that visionary leadership, that India has really, by leaps and bounds, made huge progress where we are today. And that vision led to the implementation through various initiatives, be it Startup India, Atal Innovation Mission, every ministry, more or less, at central government and even at now state level, is emphasizing the role of startups, because startups of today are the industries of tomorrow. Now, if you start looking at in terms of what we are doing at Mighty, so we have taken a very holistic approach to understanding the needs of a startup, right? So startup typically has needs around 6 areas. One is the funding. So we run various funding schemes to support startups all the way from idea level to scale level. So we, under our TIE 2.0 scheme, we provide funding for entrepreneur and residents at idea level for idea validation, then for prototype creation, and then for market commercialization, we give up to 40 lakh of funding to each startup. Last quarter, we gave it to 41 different startups, and I think next month we'll be giving to another 50. We have a accelerator funding, new scheme called Samrit, which is focused on building an accelerator ecosystem in India. Now 60,000 odd startups, but how many of them are really scalable? How many of them are really going to make an impact? So having done the task of building an incubation ecosystem, now we need to focus on building an accelerator ecosystem in India. And accelerators inherently have different competencies and expectations than an incubator. And so that scheme is focused on funding startups at the acceleration level through accelerators. Then we have what is called Electronic Development Fund. It's a fund of fund created by the ministry to invest in venture funds, which invest in electronic and hardware startups. And that's for the hyper growth funding through the VC funds. And the reason is that hardware and electronic startup don't get that kind of love from the investors like a software or SaaS startup does. And hence we are providing funding through that mechanism. Now, so that's funding is one means. Second is what our startups look for is international access. How do we take our Indian startups for international market? So we have multiple programs running with France, UK, Germany, whereby Indian startups and incubators are getting a relationship and market access to their respective countries. Third thing that we look at is we actually focus on targeted problem solving through challenges through corporates or other ministries. So be it Ministry of Health and Family Wellness, we did the COVID app challenge with them. With BSF, we are doing Border Security Force challenge around finding anti-drone technologies or technologies for underground tunnel detection. So these are the targeted challenges that we do. We have done, I think, close to 80 odd challenges in the last year and a half, whereby we are looking at solutions that can be deployed either through various ministries or corporates. Fourth thing we are looking at is getting discounted product for our startups through our partnerships. Through 50 odd partnerships that we have, be it for AWS or Azure or Dell or Google and others, whatever discounted product and services we can get for our startups, we are doing that. So 3,000 odd startups are benefiting through various programs from our these relationships. Another two initiatives that we have recently launched is one is around capacity building. So we have a startup school, whereby we actually conduct various workshops and programs in partnership with corporates and others, whereby we bring a lot of these new technology, information, knowledge, and expertise for our startups to know about. Lastly, we have something called Gurukul, which is a mentor-focused program for deep tech startups, because mentoring is quite critical at the early stages. So we are aggregating all these deep tech experts and mentors who can support our startups as they go forward. So if you look at it, the approach we're taking it's not just on money, but market access, customer access, international expansion, discounted products. So everything that our startup needs, we try to provide it through the platform that we're building here. And I would request the startups that are part of the show here today, that please do connect with us, please reach out to us, follow us and see what schemes there are, what challenges there are that you can avail the benefits from, because ultimately we are here to serve you and we exist only for you and because of you. So if you have any questions, concerns, queries, do reach out to us and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for sharing the various support and benefits that MEET is providing to the startups. And I'm sure startups will reach out to you for all these schemes. Moving along, I would now take the opportunity to welcome and introduce our next eminent speaker, Ms. Astha Grover. She's a founding member and now the head of the Startup India initiative under the Government of India, working towards supporting and promoting innovation and entrepreneurship in the nation. I would now request Ms. Astha to share the different innovation policies initiated by Startup India and their importance. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pragya. Good afternoon, everyone, to my fellow panelists, Dr. Chintan, Jeet, Dr. Abha. Pleasure to be here as always. And I think I'll just continue from the theme Dr. Chintan started of the role of government, right? If you look before 2016, when the action plan was also not launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, when there was no Startup India initiative or the scheme as we call it, the ecosystem was still growing. How I see the role of government or how it has changed the landscape over the few years that I have been associated with it from the start is merely as a catalyst, and as a catalyst to drive. The biggest thing it has done is to drive a mindset change, right? When back in 2016, when I used to speak to entrepreneurs, the biggest thing was that my parents don't understand why I'm doing this startup. I won't be allowed to do something on my own. I'm being forced to take this job. How do I say no to this lucrative package which my campus is offering me and start on my own? You fast forward to 5-6 years from now, there are so many startups that are coming up. You look at the pace of the startups, okay, and I'm putting this into numbers. Today, we are more than 60,000 startups. The first 10,000 startups took us more than 800 days to recognize. The last 10,000, it was over 120 days. So if that's the pace at which we are growing, there is definitely a positive mindset towards which entrepreneurship is now being a household conversation. It is more widespread and it is more accepted. What has also changed is that there are different catalysts that are coming towards to support this ecosystem. So it's not just the central government. We are just one part of this ecosystem. To incubators like AIC BIMTECH, one of the many 700, to state governments. When we started back in 2016, there were only 4 states that had a dedicated startup policy. Today, there are more than 30 states and union territories that have a policy to support startups. And in my mind, the biggest change why that has happened is because all you startups, all you entrepreneurs are everything that we are breathing, consuming, eating, ordering, everything today. So, right from online pharmacies to doctor consultations to ordering food to booking a cab to to booking our trips, everything is, all those consumer trends that we see today are driven by a startup, by a startup founder and not a Fortune 500 company or any big MNC. And if that is the potential which these entrepreneurs, which all of you are bringing on table, that is what is leading to the growth in investment, to the growth in unicorn. Every day we are adding a unicorn, and we've already added 11 in 2022. Last year, it was estimated that we will reach about 100 unicorn in 2025. We are in 2022 and we're already at 92 unicorns. So I won't be surprised in another few months, we will already hit a century. Why that has happened is because the wealth that they're creating. And take a very small example. While it took the Tatas and the Infosys or any big MNC to hit the first $1 billion revenue about 30 to 40 years, you startups today are creating a $1 billion valuation in an average span of 3 to 5 years. It's simply commendable and amazing. You look at the jobs, and even if you look at the examples of US, Israel, the next big job creators or the net job creators are being coming from startups. We look at our own pool, 60,000 startups, 6.5 lakh jobs over the last 5 years. So the potential of job is huge. The potential of wealth is huge. And the potential of disruption. Today, you look at companies like Tata. They could have started their own pharmacy store. They could have started their own retail store, but they chose to work with the startup. They 1mg, big basket. And that's because startups are more agile. They're able to create 5x times cheaper and 3x times faster as compared to an in-house R&D. And with this disruption, more and more corporates, more and more companies are disrupting and working together with startups than spending on their in-house R&D. So with these three objectives in mind, the Startup India initiative was conceptualized in 2016 to support entrepreneurs. Apart from the mindset change, we felt that we are creating the building blocks of entrepreneurship. And there are broadly 4 pillars, very similar to what Mighty and AIM are already doing, trying to provide all these resources to you. So starting very quickly with the regulatory pillar, what we believe is that you as a startup should completely focus on your job of doing a business. And we are there to help you reduce the compliance burdens. So we believe that startups should self-certify wherever possible. Now, there is also a national single window clearance system. If you're starting afresh, there is one-stop shop, a single portal through which you can just log in, apply, know your approvals, what sector, what state, what all approvals you need, and also apply for startup recognition through the same portal. Over the years, we have worked towards 50 regulatory reforms at the center and more than 600 reforms at the state level. You come up with a disruptive sector policy, we are there to support you. Our objective is that we have to provide a level playing field to startups to be able to fairly compete with the established players in the industry. You look at the drone policy, you look at the EV policy, we're also coming up with an e-pharmacy policy and things like that. Any place where you feel you need to make a representation, please do feel free to reach out to us and we will take your inputs to the concerned ministry. The second pillar we focus on is funding, where we provide early stage funding. So if you are in the early stage of your business, where you need money from to validate your idea, to build your MVP, there is a seed fund scheme. And it's not just Startup India that has a seed fund scheme. There are different ministries who have a seed fund scheme. You get 20 lakhs of grants or about 50 lakhs of convertible debt. And this is given through incubators. Directly apply on the website. It's a digital scheme, paperless. You don't need to submit too much. And if you're already in the growth stage, there is a fund of funds, which is of 10,000 crore managed by SIDBI, and there are more than 70 plus VCs under it, through which you can apply. Out of the SIDBI pool as well, I'm happy to share that of the funding that has gone to the startups, more than 500 startups have been funded. And in fact, 10 to 11 of that pool have also emerged as unicorns in the last 2 years. The next pillar we work on is market access. And how I define market access is threefold. One is you need to supply to the government. So there is the government e-marketplace where there is a special startup runway. If you need any help with onboarding on GEM, we can help you connect and create your category or help you get listed. On GEM, there are startups that are already there, more than 12,000 startups serving and catering to the government departments and PSUs. If you're applying for any government tender, there is exemption on prior experience, turnover, and EMD. We keep hosting various programs with different government departments to showcase your innovation to them. The second pillar of market access is international, where we have partnership with over 13 countries, Japan, Korea, and the likes. And we take you to those countries on paid trips. We make you a part of the India Innovation Delegation, showcasing the best of the talent there. Startups are already there as a part of the Dubai Expo under various sector themes, representing, pitching, making us all proud in the India Innovation Bus that is right outside the Expo, and being a part of the India Pavilion as well. So a lot of international activities we keep doing, and all these opportunities open up for you through our website. And the last pillar of market access is corporates, just like Mighty, working with different corporates to bridge the gap, to showcase them the innovation, and to get pilot orders, mentorship, and cash grants from such corporates. Finally, the fourth pillar where we support is that bringing everything together. There is so much of information with respect to state policies, startup policies, all what is happening. You need to connect to a mentor, to an incubator, to an accelerator. How do you do that? We've built the Startup India website, which acts as a one-stop shop for all your needs. And it's just like a LinkedIn, built in a gamification model. You can choose the sector, the industry, and send your request to either a mentor, investor, incubator, and take that conversation forward with them. All the state policies are summarized for your ease of reference. All your state startup nodals are there. All the programs are hosted through that. In fact, the National Startup Awards that recognizes the best startups, incubators, and accelerators is also open till 15th of March. So be a part of it if you haven't already applied. This year's cohort of National Startup Awards, they were recently interacted with the Honorable Prime Minister, and where 16th Jan was also declared as a National Startup Day. So I think in a nutshell, that's all what we do, but happy to answer any queries that you may have, and you can reach out to us through either AIC BIMTECH or directly, and we'll be happy to help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Astha. And I'm sure the budding entrepreneurs here in this session have received unparalleled insights and information. So moving on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants present here for accepting our invitation and being so supportive. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Abha Rishi for delivering the welcome address. My heartfelt thanks to Chintan sir for his inspiring words. Further, I'm grateful to our eminent speakers, Mr. Jeet and Ms. Astha, for providing valuable insights and on the different policies that each of your organizations are providing to the startups. I would also like to thank Birla Institute of Management Technology, our host institute, our 90+ corporate and academic partners. Special thanks to our session partner, JL Bajaj, our outreach partners, and our hosting partners, Zoom and Zoho. So stay connected for our next panel discussion, all attendees. It's on the contribution by ecosystem enablers, by private entities, with speakers from prominent organizations like Head Start Network Foundation, Freshworks, Maruti Suzuki, and Delhi Angels. So stay tuned, and thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
So I would hand over the mic to my colleague Anmol, who will be taking care of the next panel discussion that starts from 3:30 p.m. onwards.
Thank you, Pragya ma'am. So we are waiting for our panelists to log in. Meanwhile, I would request my Mr. Sayam to please run our promotional videos.
Just 1 second before you run the video, to all the participants here, like if you have any questions, if you have any things that you would like resolved, or just do reach out to us. We are also holding Ask Us Anything kind of sessions in between the different sessions which are there by the speakers. So during that time, you can talk to us, interact with us, ask your questions, anything that you would like to know, like how an incubator works, how an incubator can be of help to you as a startup. And if you're a potential startup also, if you just have an idea, what are the things that can be done? So just ask those questions, and the team will be more than happy to take this up during the breaks in the sessions. Thank you. So over to you, Sayam. Go ahead. So this is what we have coming up next. Shiva Mahuja, who is the CEO of Delhi Angels, is going to be moderating this session on the contribution by the private entities. You have just listened to Astha talk about the contribution that Startup India does. You have heard Professor Chintan talk about like what the government does through the Niti Aayog's vertical of Atal Innovation Mission, and also from Jeet, who joined us from MEITI. So the next one is from the private entities. So do stop and do listen to this, because you'll find that along with the government, there are a lot of private entities also who are giving a lot to the startup ecosystem. So yes, thanks for putting that up, Sayam, and maybe now you can go on ahead to the video.
Welcome, Rohan sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, ma'am. How are you? Long time. Long time.
BIMTECH has a profound legacy in the values of our founders. We stand for creating economic and commercial success, but also for social impact.
Sayam, the video didn't play properly. I don't know whether the issue was from is at my end or from your end.
Actually,
there was a lag.
Yeah, it's actually video is getting lagged due to might be network issue.
Okay, that's not an issue. Yes, Priya, over to you.
Yeah, Sam, do you want me to play? Should I play the video from my end?
Yeah, sure. Okay, please.
Okay.
Yes, Pragya. Please. We are starting our next session in about 5 minutes. We are just waiting for the panelists to join.
BIMTECH has a profound legacy in the values of our founders. We stand not only for creating economic and commercial success, but also for social impact.
I've been engaged with AIC BIMTECH since its foundation. The life cycle journey of AIC BIMTECH has been thrilling in a way.
I have been associated with in a variety of ways. I have been a person who's talked to various budding entrepreneurs on their projects, how to start their projects off, the difficulties they face, the kinds of problems they have in scalability, and other such issues.
Hi, Shivam sir. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, Nisha.
We have Mr. Rohan Chatwal. We are just waiting for Diksha ma'am and Mr. Gautam.
In the meantime, can we pick up a question which has come in from Shivam Singh? Hi, Shivam. I'm sorry, I didn't see your video before. Hi. So glad to have you here on board. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
So
Give me a minute, ma'am. I'm just going to fix my Wi-Fi because there might be some audio delay.
Yes, there is. Okay. So in the meantime, we'll pick up the questions from the audience. Don't worry. We have 4 minutes left for your sessions to start. So yeah, so there's this question which has come in from Shivam. So Abhinav, would you like to take that up?
Sure, ma'am.
It's about how we go over the selection process.
Shubham, okay, if I'm not getting a question wrong, you're talking about the focus areas, which means the industries. Okay, so as far as the industries themselves are concerned, we do not have any specific industries from which we pick the startups up. Because we are sector agnostic, our focus is not towards a certain sector. But yes, there are certain sections or certain industries from which the startups are booming up. So, I mean, normally they tend to go through the funnel more easily as compared to other ones, which are usually in the field of edtech, agri-tech. Some are coming up in, more clean tech, fintech. So these are some of the areas in which the startups are being picked up. But again, we are not restricted to these. Again, the main focus to be kept on towards is that it's not the industry rather than the idea and the feasibility. I mean, how interesting the idea is and how committed the team is our primary criteria of evaluating and picking a startup up rather than the industry. I hope that answers your question.
So Shubham, what I'll suggest is stay tuned because in the breaks we have a presentation which is given out by the team, which talks out the selection process and what are the things which are there in the different programs that are run. So right from ideation to acceleration phase, how the program goes and what are the benefits which are there. So if I tell you that some of the benefits that are given free to our incubators is to the tune of something like 9.2 crores. So those kind of things which are there. So keep tuned, keep listening, and you will know what is available, right? So yeah, I think I'll zip up now and let the mentors and the anchors take over.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we can wait for another 2 minutes for Diksha ma'am to log in.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am, you can play that promotional video all over again.
I think we have one more question, I think in the Q&A, which
Yes.
we did not, we yet have to answer. Right. I think that can be taken up. So it is by Amit Srivastav, and his question is how to apply for various international event participation via Startup India. So I'll just take the liberty to answer this question myself. And hi Amit, you can apply for various international events either by directly visiting the Startup India website, where they give information as in how to apply for different events that they are currently running with different various international stakeholders. It could be different embassies, it could be different international companies with whom they might be running the programs, or you can also contact us and we can help you connect with Startup India for any international event, for any participation for that matter, if you want to go ahead. So you can either connect us or Startup India directly. Happy to help.
Thank you,
I think
Pragya,
we
ma'am.
have been joined by all the panelists.
Yes. So I think we can start. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anmol Chaturvedi, and on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to thank each of you for your presence in the panel discussion session, Contribution by Ecosystem Enablers, the Private Entities. If you have just arrived, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the second edition of Amalgam, a 4-day international convention dedicated to connecting entrepreneurial stakeholders. As previously stated, this event is special because it commemorates AIC BIMTECH's 4th anniversary. Following numerous emails, LinkedIn posts, WhatsApp messages, and tweets, we have finally gathered here to connect startups, potential entrepreneurs, and startup ecosystems' major stakeholders. As part of this panel discussion on the contribution of ecosystem enablers, the private entities, we have with us speakers from prominent organizations such as Head Start Network Foundation, Freshworks, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, and Delhi Angels and Delhi Startup. And now it's my pleasure to welcome and introduce our distinguished panelists as well as the moderator of the panel discussion. Starting with Ms. Diksha Bhagat. Diksha leads marketing at Freshworks for startups, where she drives startup partnership for the US region. She has extensive experience developing highly targeted marketing campaign for startups and leading organizations, which has taken her to various startup ecosystems around the world. She has worked in the media tech space at Your Story, India's largest media platform for startups, entrepreneurs, and investors, curating multiple branding campaigns. Diksha is a marketing professional with a knack for building strong relationships with customers and partners. She also helps early stage founders with go-to-market strategy and 0 to 1 growth. Thank you, Diksha, for joining us. We also have on the panel Mr. Gautam Shivramakrishnan. Gautam is the director at Head Start Network Foundation, India's largest startup network and ecosystem enabler with presence across 20 plus cities and 3 countries, including Finland and Germany. Head Start has been enabling the startup ecosystem for 15 years now, impacting thousands of startups and other enablers such as incubators, accelerators, corporates, government, and investors. On the professional front, Gautam leads the market networks at Bloom Ventures, one of India's most successful homegrown VC funds that has invested in 150 plus startups. He works closely with portfolio startups on their GTM, strategic partnerships, and growth. Prior to Bloom, Gautam has had stints with Microsoft, Infosys, Deloitte, where he was instrumental in driving corporate startup partnerships and joint collaboration. He is based out of Bangalore and is also CA by education. Thank you for joining us, Gautam. We have Mr. Rohan Chetwal on the panel as well. Rohan is an innovator and marketer who currently works at Maruti Suzuki as the Deputy General Manager and Head of Innovation Center of Excellence. Currently in charge of driving open innovation in the company through collaboration with startups and delivering value to MSIL. His key competencies include channel management and developing strategies to overcome challenges in changing business scenarios. He previously worked in sales planning, the strategic arm of marketing and sales at MSIL, where he managed channel sales, skill development, and market development in allotted states as regional manager, overseeing sales of up to close to 50,000 units per year. He was also assigned the important role of executive assistant to the chief operating officer of MSIL. He has previously worked on several cross-functional projects and was featured in Economic Times as one of the company's top performers. He is also a BIMTECH alumnus of 2006-2008 batch. Finally, I would like to introduce Mr. Shivam Ahuja, the panel discussions moderator. Shivam has spent considerable time building communities. He joined his family's growing gifting business in his 20s and helped it grow from a small operation to a thriving retail business. In 2012, he joined Micromax and assisted the company in developing its sales channel for the NCR region, thereby contributing to company's massive growth. In 2014, he founded the Delhi Startups BIMTECH.org community with his friends from IIT Delhi. It quickly grew into a community of 25,000 plus invite-only startup entrepreneurs, assisting more than 15 startups in raising more than 4 million USD in seed funding. Through this community, Delhi Startups has impacted 1,500 plus startups and served more than 15,000 attendees through their impactful events. He also founded Delhi Angels in 2016 and invested more than $100,000 in a tech startup through this group of investors. His vision is to create the most active, impactful community of aspiring startups and entrepreneurs and help them grow together. Thank you, Shivam, for joining us today. Over to you to take this session forward.
Thank you so much for great introduction. I'm super excited to be here. And I have a lot of questions we'll be asking from all the panelists out there. And first of all, thanks for arranging this event with all the people out there who actually want to involve in the startup ecosystem, maybe as a founder, maybe as a team member, or maybe someday as an investor as well. So thank you so much, and thank you, Abharishi ma'am, for being a great leader in this initiative. I've seen you from so many years because I personally came to you around 5 years back when I came to BIMTECH as a mentor. And from there, I see your leadership, and I saw many startups are growing under BIMTECH division out there. And I'm sure the kind of work you are doing, it really inspires me a lot. Great. With this note, let's go to panelists we have today. And I have a lot of questions to all the panelists, but I really want to go with Diksha first. Diksha is, I believe, running this network of Freshworks in a lot of different companies, but a lot of different countries. But I really want to ask from her, right? There are a lot of Indian startups who are solving good problems, but despite of the fact, very less companies have access to global markets per se, right? So what do you think, Diksha, how we are actually growing as a nation where companies are growing in other countries as well? But the problem we are facing, our startups are doing at well domestic market, but they're not doing very well at the kind of, the foreign markets out there. So how Freshworks or maybe how other ecosystem stakeholders can actually accelerate the growth of startups outside the domestic region?
Thanks, Shivam, for this super energetic introduction, first of all. And I think I would like to, so talking first about, cracking and maybe entering that new market. I strongly feel that, your brand awareness plays a very important role there. Freshworks had this very, we were able to kind of partner and grow a lot in maybe like US and Europe, just because we were able to establish that brand and maybe play as a key differentiator in terms of the support and then the community that we were offering to the startups over there, especially the product offerings and how we were able to maybe support them in their early entrepreneurial journey, help them with these CRM tools and all of that. One of the key things that I think, maybe our domestic players is finding it difficult to maybe go and crack that global audience is because like I've seen a lot of founders have this product which is so made for Indian audience and which differs a lot from the global audience out there. I mean, you need to kind of identify yourself as a key differentiator, be it in terms of pricing or the customer experience that you're providing out there, because there are a lot of existing players solving the same pain point, right? You need to identify and position yourself a bit different in terms of multiple factors. You can be a key player giving the best customer experience out there, or maybe you are solving it in terms of bit cheap manner, as in like providing like a simple pricing, intuitive experiences, all of that. I think we were able to kind of go out there. I think we have very less presence right now in the US. We're trying to crack that right now. We are supporting them in all of these terms. I think Freshworks was also very niche and in that SaaS market, right? And we were also grinding ourselves while we were growing. So we went through that, and we knew what that support means for us while you're growing yourself. So now we are kind of putting it forward as like a paid forward and supporting as many as startups we can out there.
Diksha, are you talking about the only SaaS companies out there or the other tech businesses as well?
So yeah, it totally depends on your offering, right? So SaaS tools, I think the ones who have already set up their business over there, they try to put out the offerings in whatever manner they can. For SaaS tools, they put out these free credit offerings, and for dev tools, that's sort of like a developer community support that they provide. It totally depends on your niche also, I think, Shivam.
Okay, because I've been from connected to the ground. I see so many startups who have a lot of questions. I want to set up my company in US, and they're doing very good in domestic markets. I just met a founder with a team of 20. They're doing like 10-15 crore rupees a year, and now they're opening an office in US. Prior to this Russia and Ukraine war, they were thinking to just open an office there, but they faced a lot of difficulties while opening. And I thought our entrepreneurs who already have a setup office in maybe other countries out there, they must somehow help such companies, setting their companies. But I'm not aware of so many programs who actually, help such entrepreneurs to set up their company abroad. In case you have any kind of program where founders can come to you, can you just elaborate on that? Then I'll go to other panelists.
Right. I think so. We were kind of figuring out some of these events that could maybe help Indian founders out there to go and be while over there. So I can maybe like take some of the program names or something. So you have these very modern stack tools, or maybe like these programs offered by the banking and finance support. So for example, you have Silicon Valley Bank, right? They provide you a huge support that way. There's a player called LegalPad. They provide you these O1 visa business support that will help you, set your business up and running over there. Then I think for fundraising and all that, you have, platforms like WeFunder, or I can maybe like, we have a really good investor friend at Techstars. He's put together a really great startup stack. I can maybe like try to find that link and put it in the chat. That might really help these founders to identify those tools and programs that are out there, which they can avail, these offers and squeeze the best out of them for, I think.
Yes, thank you so much, Gitika. And let's go to Gautam. Gautam already has served so many years at Infosys Innovation now. And I really want to know from Gautam, because you're currently working with Bloom Ventures. And Bloom is a great name in the market when it comes to the VC investments out there. Where do you see the potential, Gautam, or where is the kind of link broken? There is a need and there is a solutions, but still startup founders are actually facing difficulty to set up their company abroad or to get them access to global markets out there. Where do you see the opportunity and where do you see the solution? Gautam.
Thanks, Shiv. Nice to be here, and would love to really first acknowledge the entire BIMTECH team, because it's doing one session and getting 4 speakers together is a pain, and you've actually got 40 speakers together in a period of 48 hours. I think I think I should just call the BIMTECH team crazy, not just hardworking, but they're crazy to first think of getting all of them together over a period of a couple of days and making it so much valuable, right? I think very, very, very good stuff. In fact, I've been, of course, very closely involved in the ecosystem for a decade, and I've been closely, monitoring a lot of the incubators and accelerators as well, right? So last couple of years, wonderful to see the way the BIMTECH team has been growing and creating very, very niche programs. I still remember a couple of very, very, very niche, high impact programs that BIMTECH runs, right? So I wanted to just congratulate on the team, because you never get an opportunity otherwise. I still remember the program you did a year or two back with, with the Tihar inmates, right? That was amazing. Who would have thought of something like that, right? Trying to create a livelihood for inmates, hats off. So now let me get back to the question that Shivam had, right? I really wanted to acknowledge the team there. So Shivam, before I give you a pointed answer, I think it's probably important for me to help everyone understand how to bucketize access to market when you're looking at corporate startup engagement, right? Because a lot of times as startups, we don't differentiate between corporates, on how to access them, which corporate, what do you access them for, right? It's a simple template that we say, okay, get hold of someone, enter the corporate. Having been on the other side all these years, I have a simple template and say, boss, there are 3 buckets. Let's call them for simplicity, bucket A, bucket B, bucket C. If I bucketize all the corporates into these 3 buckets, so that it allows you to figure out which corporate, what story do you take to them. End of the day, it's all a story that you sell. Whether it's a customer or whether it's an investor, It's the story that you sell to them on why they need to partner with you at that given point, right? So the first bucket are all corporates. I mean, I'm talking about all corporates that in some way are actively engaging with startups, right? Some of them have a structured program, like say the Microsoft of the world or a Freshworks of the world, right? There are programs. So there's a bucket A of corporates that are building these innovation programs or startup programs primarily to identify or unearth startups for their internal consumption, right? Classic example could be Target. Target has a good accelerator in India. Lowe's has a program. Now AB InBev has a great program, right? There are a lot of corporates that run startup programs for internal consumption. Rohan is here. Rohan's a classic example, right? So that's how they also, that's a classic example at the bucket A. There are some corporates that are trying to identify startups either from a core function perspective, right? Or it could be an allied function like say finance and accounts. Can you identify a startup that, makes my AP process more effective? That makes my supply chain process more effective, right? It could be a horizontal play, it could be a vertical play. Vertical play could simply be it's a bank like say a Barclays or a RBL that used to have a program that says, can you make my check process streamlined, right? Can you digitize eKYC, right? Those are vertical solutions. So the bucket A is all about internal consumption for the corporates. So they're looking at open innovation, right? External innovation to solve internal problems, right? Merits, demerits will come later. Second bucket is a lot of technology companies like say the Freshworks of the world, Microsofts of the world, the Infosys of the world, the Accentures of the world, right? A lot of them who are system integrators. So they sell solutions, it could be services or products to Fortune 500s, to Fortune 1000s, to Fortune 2000s. And a lot of times the products and services that they offer, they sell to the Fortune 2000s are great, but misses the little tadkas on top, right? And the meal is complete only with a tadka on top, right? And that is where the startup is very important. When I sell a product A, product B, right? It could be a platform that gets, let's say, Intuit offers to its customers, or Azure, being offered to Fortune 2000 companies. How can startups build on top of it, right? Or integrate into it? Or as a system integrator, like say an Infosys or an Accenture, I'm already doing something. I'm doing XYZ service. How can there are some gaps in what I offer. How can I augment it with startup A, startup B, and offer it together, right? Because if I don't do that, I'm allowing an opportunity for my competitor to step in to give a wholesome, complete package, right? So augmenting capabilities to offer to your existing customers is the second bucket. That's a different story you have to sell, right? The third story, there are a lot of corporates for whom today I am adding value to you to nurture you, because tomorrow you're going to be my customer, right? So that is the third bucket of corporates that you're looking at, right? So it's very important for us to see, boss, when you're looking at the 100 corporates out there, which bucket do each of these corporates fall under? A Microsoft can typically fall under both a B and a C. A Freshworks can fall under a B and a C, right? Because they've got platforms where you can integrate and take to more customers. You can also have them, being your own customers, right? It can be both. So you need to really understand and then fine tune your story for each of these buckets. If you have one common narrative for each of them, boss, you're not putting in efforts for your sales. So I just wanted to one second. Just a second, sure. I was just shaking my hands too much as I speak. So I just wanted to summarize that and say, boss, it's not one common template or one size that fits all. Even in the GTM towards working with corporates, this is a template that will help you. If you have a story for each of these three buckets, it's a lot more easier for you to succeed, right? So just wanted to place it there before, of course, you take the next set of questions to the other panelists.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go with Rohan. Rohan, I really want to know from you, sir, because you have served enough time, good time at actually so many organizations, and the current position that you are having is more of an innovation sort as well. So how do you maybe find such startups maybe which can be a great value addition for your present company, And also, where do you see, the kind of company which want to go outside India, they want to look out for foreign business, how it's not happening, or maybe it's happening, but not that scale that it can be. So what's your viewpoint on it?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi. So first of all, congratulations. Yeah, 4 years is a long time. Congrats to the entire BIMTECH team for completing 4 years. So I would rather play a devil's advocate here. I'm a Bollywood fan. I mean, I love Amitabh Bachchan. I love Shah Rukh Khan. Time and again, media keeps on asking them, why haven't you done a big Hollywood movie? Why are you not big in Hollywood? So their simple answer is, why to go to Hollywood when I can be the Shahenshah of India and Badshah of India and the big B superstar of the Indian market? So my point is, it should not be a fad that, yes, we need to go outside India and crack either Southeast Asian markets or the markets in US. So the reason for moving out of India or finding customers outside India should be very crystal clear with these startup founders. Because today I really respect these startup founders, because it is not easy to run a company. It is easier to work as an employee in a large organization than to actually run your own enterprise, take care of cash flows, pay the electricity bills, and pay very high salaried manpower, especially in the technology area. So the reasons for moving out should be crystal clear with the startup founders. But yes, eventually, if you want to move out, then of course you have to start somewhere. And as the Japanese way is, small is beautiful. You should start small, engage with a big corporate or a decent sized corporate in India, like Maruti Suzuki runs couple of innovation programs. We have our corporate accelerator, we have our incubation program. Like Disha talked about, couple of enterprises which run similar programs. And if you are able to solve a business problem for these big corporations, then automatically their network will take you outside India. Our vendors, our customers, like Suzuki, Maruti Suzuki, the parent company Suzuki, then eventually you benefit from the partners of the corporate which you are serving in India. Instead of going out alone and burning cash, burning your energy, until unless you are very, very clear about the reason why you want to move out of India. Some startups, of course, for the moolah and for the investors, they do set up their enterprises outside. If they are very clear what they are doing, then they should do it. But for others, I think if one should crack India market, because India is a big opportunity here, especially for the tech startups and the kind of talent which India has. And the digitization rate and the digital transformation amongst the Indian corporates is still not very high. So I believe there is tremendous opportunity in Indian market first, than to just like a fad going out and scouting for opportunities outside. But if at all you have made your mind, it should be done. Start small, align yourself with a bigger corporate or decent sized corporates, and expand with them in other markets. Is I believe could be a more successful mantra. Yeah.
I also believe the same, because there's so many problems in India which we entrepreneur can solve. So we should think about solving the problems of Bharat before we go abroad. 100% agree with you, sir. But here comes my second question to you. In case the startup founder is identifying the audience or the customer they are in abroad, maybe in some European country or maybe some other countries as well, what countries do you suggest where the startup founders can think to go out to do business? Because you know that the countries like, say, for Canada, they have a lot of great programs for entrepreneurs to setting their company in their country. So what countries do you suggest for the young founders who think that they want to set up their business abroad? Any countries in mind which we have great programs?
It all depends on the product which you have. I mean, the software or a platform which you have. I mean, Diksha and Gautam can second me here. Suppose if you're in a B2B space, then what kind of clients you are looking at? Are your clients based out of US? Then you will have to hit that market. Like if you ask me, like Maruti Suzuki, our major base is in India and Southeast Asian markets. We are big in Indonesia, Philippines, and Southeast Asia. Little bit of presence in Europe as well. If you want to expand in these countries, then I believe Maruti Suzuki is a good fit. Then, and what kind of opportunities are there for your product? Like I said, it should not be a fad to just move out without even looking at the market you are going to serve. It should be a decent size, and so that you are able to make money. and the market should be on an upswing. Otherwise, why to enter a market which is already going down or maybe flat? This is what I suggest.
Thanks for sharing. I'll go to Gautam now. Gautam, I really want to understand. Like, there are so many corporates who help startups to get market access of other countries. But is there a kind of unified list where a founder can actually see that, okay, these are the top 10 corporates, they have an innovation program through which they can go to access the abroad market? Is there any kind of unified list, or we have to identify all the corporates one by one?
Is there a best list that does this? No. I think it's a great opportunity for us to build that out. But Zinov did come out with a list last year on which were the corporates that run accelerators or open innovation programs. That list had about 70 corporates that run a program, if I remember right. I can probably bump up that PDF file to the BIMTECH team, but that is not anywhere close to being exhaustive, right? There are probably 200 such industries and corporates that work with startups, which nobody knows, right? I said 70 because I read that report. You asked me to tell you which were the 70. I won't be able to tell you more than 10 or 20 the back of my palm, right? That's the sad state of affairs, right? I think that single source of truth, does it exist today? No. Hence, is it an opportunity for enablers to build it? Yes, right? Because is there a need for it? Yes. Is it going to add value? Yes, right? So I think your question was spot on. It was more like a question that wanted me to say there is no such thing at the moment, right? So I think there is no single source of truth, Shivam, at the moment for most of the things on the startup ecosystem side, right? And which is where all of us would love if someone does that.
And if at all such a list exists, there will be a lot of competition because everybody is going to go that path only.
The ones who's publishing actually will be in trouble, like, the biased one.
True.
Okay, I'll go back to Gautam once again. Gautam, I want to understand, like, okay, forget the list. Let's talk about how a startup founder should identify whether he should go abroad or not. Like, there has to be kind of self-awareness in the business as well, right? Like, there has to be very calculated risk because he has to be very clear why he's setting this company. What are the key 3 things if you just, shortlist like in this way? The founder is able to decide, okay, now this is a stage I should go abroad and set up my company. Can you just help for the founder so that you can actually shortlist it? What are the 3 main parameters when a founder decides, okay, now this is the time I can go abroad?
It is all about the market you're building for and who your target customers are, right? It is not just about a blanket template of do I go abroad or not, which country do I go to, which country do I scale at which stage. The template is very simple. Be where your customers are, right? That's number 1, number 100. And it's always in your initial stage, because a lot of startups on this call could be very early stage. It's always good to build for your first set of geography where you can validate and hit your product market fit, right? If that is India, build in India, build for India, test it here. And when you're at a stage where you want to expand, right? Identify which geography, would you be able to add value to, right? What is the delta on how are they currently solving for, and how will life be for them after you come in? And are they ready to pay for it? It's not just about can you add value, but are they ready to pay for it, right? Then it comes to how easy or difficult is it for you to enter that market. I mean, if you take SaaS, for example, the no-brainer for 9 out of 10 startups is enter North America, right? While we can always say, boss, there are so many other countries as well. A no-brainer for anyone building SaaS is, look at North America first, right? Because that's where the real chunk of the market is. How do you enter? That's the next part. First, where do you enter is a question that you need to ask. Where are your customers, right? It's all about where are your customers. If you're building SaaS, 9 out of your 10 customers are sitting in North America. Unless it's something very specific, like what, there are certain specific industries, which are, and your SaaS is not probably say B2C, I mean B2B, it's probably B2B2B, right? Like how you can build something for Rohan. And, industry that Rohan's in, you first build for Southeast Asia to a large extent, because it's either Southeast Asia or Central Europe, where majority of the work really happens, and then you move into North America. So very important for you to understand where is your market really, then, look at your countries or look at your geographies on which are your options first, because it's all about sales, right? It's all about business. How easy is selling going to be? Are you going to be selling, doing a direct sale there? Are you going to be doing through channel partners? What is your approach? Because that's where your entire B2B as B2B2B comes in most of the cases that we're discussing here. Those are things very important. And which is where, like I said, 9 out of 10 companies would hence want to work with someone like a Freshworks on their GTM if you're selling, SaaS or a Microsoft, because the access to the North American ecosystem is a lot bigger. Because for a Microsoft and a Freshworks, 9 out of their customers are already in the US, right? And hence it's just a plugin on top. So that is very important, Shivam. Depending on the sector you're catering to, who your customers are. Let's say you're actually building SaaS for, sustainability, climate change. The adoption in some of the North American industries is still very low because it's not regulated yet. The regulatory push is not that high. Whereas in Europe, in Nordics, it's already a lot more higher, right? Hence, you would pick a country where the market is already mature enough to start adopting you, right? Where your time to monetization is going to be a lot more lower. So that's my 2 cents. There's no fixed template there again. Based on your industries, figure out, where your customers are, where the customers who with the paying ability are going to be there, and then identify how easy or difficult setting up the sales team is going to be. Sales, inside sales, or your partner-led sales. Figure out what is your sales model there, and then decide on which country, right? I think that's my 2 cents there.
That's really interesting insight. In fact, I was just in touch with one of the founders, and he just shared, because there are a lot of events happening in Dubai, and they just went there and they just set up their stall. And they called me back. They said, Shivam, we got great response for our product here in Dubai. And now similar, kind of exhibition we did in US as well. So I believe exhibiting at these events are also kind of fruitful. I just wanted to understand, because imagine a early stage founder who have a lot of customers from, say, for, American side or maybe other country side. So exhibiting at these events, I believe, can be very fruitful if you have a right product for the market, right? I just want to understand from you guys if you have any experience for that.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I would be happy to share that when we started our corporate accelerator, MarutiSuzukiMail.com, in first 6 months, it was pre-COVID. So we used to attend all the possible exhibitions organized in India at that point of time, whether it is by NASSCOM, T-Hub, Oracle used to do a lot of stuff, especially in Bangalore and Mumbai area. And in fact, couple of our cohorts, most of the startups were kind of picked through our one-to-one interactions which happened during these exhibitions, and which you just talked about, putting up stall, displaying their capabilities, etc. And then eventually the program grew, and now most of the stuff happens online. But we are now itching again to go back to these exhibitions because we're just waiting for all the travel approvals. And I believe that's also one fantastic area to demonstrate your capability, your confidence, what you believe in. So it should not be avoided for sure. And I've seen Bloom as well as other PCs also participate in these exhibitions. So I mean, it's a good cocktail, and you can have everybody present under one roof. Why not crack it? Yeah, that's my take on this. Maybe Diksha and Gautam.
Diksha, what's your opinion about it? Have you seen some success stories from there?
So I think I totally agree with Rohan over there, and there's a strong itch to be out there now, because it's been just happening online, and you're not just able to pull out those results that you could maybe being on field there. As for so I think we launched our program back 2 years back. And we just went out there on field, we just spread it wide. Be it US market, there are these big conferences, right? Like, to name a few, Collision is there, and Europe has TASTOC, all those sort of like basically relevant to your particular industry, right? And we just, you have to be there to, put out your offering to people, to maybe like explain to people what is that you have an offer for. If they're not aware that, how would you be able to like provide it to them, right? And best part about these exhibitor events is also you get to understand what are the other key partners, how they have been maybe partnering, and this enables you to maybe partner with other key players in the market who you might have an overlap audience with. So that's like a win-win story together. You're just putting your efforts together and putting, the like one event that will so benefit to your both of the key players. So I think that's my 2 cents on it. I think Gautam also mentioned something about partnering together with these key players who have the overlap in the bucket B or bucket C. For example, we do go out and partner with these, banking offer partners or finance offer partners, or like accelerators are there, Techstars, Vicom, all those sort of players, right? So you need to maybe go out there, partner with them, and make best out of it. I think you're on mute, Shiva.
Okay, thank you. So if I ask again question like, Diksha, like, have you seen any kind of success story yourself? Any founder who came to you maybe someday, asking for maybe kind of collaboration in fresh works, and now they're doing very good with the collaboration? Have you seen any kind of company in your maybe experience recently?
Yeah, actually, to your surprise, so I think in Indian time zone wise, we just finished an event 8:30 in the morning. We did an event last night. It was a first edition of VC Connect that we put together, where we brought together all these NA-based VCs and early stage founders based on VCs to put together a platform and like a forum where they could just connect, have one-on-one talk, and just take forward the fundraising conversations. And I'm just getting the results out. It's been such an overwhelming response out of it. And I think once you do it, right, like you just are not enabling them, you are becoming part of their journey. When you see that value addition, you want to do it 100x maybe, because that's something coming out is impactful, right? And it's actually adding value and not just informing them or giving them knowledge, right? I think you must be the best person to call it out about this particular thing over here, because you've been doing that from so long. I've been hearing from folks also. So yeah, that's something. Yeah, we did this event, so yeah, it was super powerful.
Rohan, can you share some, thanks Diksha. Rohan, can you share some success story that you have seen maybe recently with your organization, where actually startup founders came to you and you did some kind of collaboration with them?
Hi. So like I shared, we have a corporate accelerator called as MAIL. So a couple of unique things about our MAIL program is we don't do free POCs. So all our pilots or the proof of concepts are paid. So we don't neither waste our time nor startup founders' time in doing free pilots. So that is one thing which is extremely appreciated by the startups, because it takes care of their efforts. And of course, it's a cash flow for them, because they get paid for the 3 months, 4 months, 5 months project which they do with us. Once the project is successful, we onboard them as our business partners. So as on today, we have onboarded 8 startup founders, 8 startup ventures as business partners of Maruti Suzuki. So they are doing a business in the range of about 1 crore to maybe about 5.5 crores annually with Maruti, each of these enterprises. So first we did pilots. None of the pilot was free, which is appreciated by the founders and the startup fraternity these days. And secondly, if the pilot is successful and Maruti sees value in that, and then we onboard them as business partners. We do we sign a contract basically, and the contract value, like I shared with you, is 1 crore plus, and depending upon the business model which we have kind of cracked with them.
How much time it takes to into the pilot stage from becoming a business partner stage?
It takes minimum 6 months, 3 months of acceleration plus 3 months of POC. Then in 6 months flat, you can be a business partner of Maruti, which otherwise is a very, very difficult case to even get an appointment or get an entry into an enterprise like Maruti.
Oh, yeah, of course, it's a big name there. Like, thank you, Rohan.
No, it's not about the name, but it's about like I think Gautam talked about a formal structure. So Maruti has put in a formal structure of a corporate accelerator. So there are predefined rules. And if you play by those rules, then you can be a business partner. That's what I wanted to say. I'm not saying that you cannot be. You can be, but then it's a little longish route. Here in 6 months flat, you are actually dealing with the decision makers. You are actually getting the test bed of Maruti Suzuki, because for your product or your service, you require a lot of data. So we give data, and your product gets refined, and the decision is quickly taken by the most relevant people. It could be the head of R&D, it could be the head of service, it could be the head of marketing and sales. So depending upon the nature of the solution. So what I'm saying is it's a very shortcut. 6 months may look a long time to you, but I believe it's a shortcut to be a business partner of a large enterprise. And I believe these are very realistic timelines in startup return.
Yeah. Diksha, what's your program duration in doing a prototype or maybe kind of pilot with Freshworks? Do you have such program, right?
Yeah. To kind of summarize our whole journey, I'll just put out the numbers because it's really a SaaS offering. We started our program in 2019, and so far we have partnered with oddly about 900 plus partners overall globally. India being the major one, of course. And I think we've helped over 2,500 plus startups. Couple of close to 20 are about unicorns, I think. Yeah, Browser Stack, Klarna, ChargeBee, Zomato, all of those folks are using Freshworks product for this thing. Typically when we offer, so I think in fact we are offering this $10,000 credits offer to our founders attending this event. And what we do is it's typically about some 1,000 plus 250 per product with the CRM, help desk, live chat, those sort of softwares. They last about on the pilot program for approximately what you've seen is 6 months, I think so. It totally depends on their use case, actually, what's useful to them. Is it HRMS software or is it the CRM that they want or the live chatting? And yeah, we basically part of the program give them like a dedicated onboarding manager, which will help them understand, the founder could just focus on the brand and the product, and we will just, understand the requirements, set it up for them, and, help them build it on top of it. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Great. Now go back to Gautam once again. Gautam, do you have any kind of such program? Because Bloom Ventures is typically a VC company, right? But do you have kind of program that actually helps startups to accelerate?
So let me take this from the two hats that I wear, right? Of being on the board of Head Start as well as on being in Bloom, right? So there is a community initiative which all of you should know of called the India Deep Tech, which Bloom has been a founding driver of. Right? The idea was to bring all the industry players together who are focused on deep tech, right? Deep tech is an example, Shiva, I'm giving, but it is applicable across sectors, right? Because deep tech is one of those kids of a parent where you decided to give lesser focus on, right? Or in most cases, people feel that's the youngest of the lot. That's what the older ones feel, but the younger ones feel it's the older one that gets more bhav. So I think deep tech has always been ignored to a large extent from a startup industry collaboration perspective, simply because the gestation period is way higher than, say, SaaS, for example, right? Today, you have an idea, 3 months from now, you're into the market in SaaS. Deep tech, at times, it takes 5 years, 6 years, 8 years. Right? It's a complete grind. So India Deep Tech was a forum put together, alliance between a lot of VCs as well as a lot of industry partners. Idea was very simple. How do you bring everyone together and catalyze the ecosystem in really taking them forward, giving them access to industry use cases, getting them to build? Those are things that are very, very important. So the India Deep Tech is a classic example of how industry, academia, of course, academia was also involved, right? You had finding members from the university side as well. So how do you bring industry, academia, and the investor ecosystem together, right, to really catalyze, the growth, especially from a GTM perspective? So that is one, as an example that I wanted to share. There are a bunch of other corporates, like very, very similar to what Rohan was talking about. Many corporates are engaging with startups either directly by themselves, right, or they're working with industry partners who are jointly running it for a bunch of them. Very recently, the Broadband India Forum launched something called the Connectivity Accelerator, powered by Meta, right? Meta or Facebook, right? The idea was to really go deeper in identifying how can you address last mile internet connectivity. Today, if you have 600 million internet users, how can you take it to 800 million internet users? Literally expand your TAM itself, right? Disproportionately. So these are all initiatives that are there. in my view, you have to keep your eyes open. There are a bunch of accelerator programs driven by different corporates. There are funds that run industry, exposure programs. Antil does, for example. Antil does beautiful programs. Bloom has been engaging with a lot of corporates. In general, a lot of funds are doing this. A lot of academic incubators are engaging with a lot of corporates themselves. Startups have to really make use of it. Just one last line, Shivam, in the interest of everyone, right? As founders, it's a very emotionally draining journey because nobody understands why you're doing something, right? It's because of passion and a vision that you have that's really driving you. 9 out of 10 times, your folks at home also don't really understand why you've quit a high-paying corporate job or an industry job to come and do this, which is not paying you yet. Hence, it's extremely important for us, the founder ecosystem, to make use of these support systems available, incubators, accelerators, joint programs like what Diksha, Rohan are running. There's a saying that always goes, as founders, it's important to be shameless. Shameless in seeking support, shameless in pitching yourself, shameless in selling your vision. Shameless doesn't mean cross the border of ethics and values. Within your boundaries, be shameless in asking for support, in seeking for support, and in selling what you believe in, right? Because it definitely is an emotionally draining journey. And if something's holding you back in the fear of being judged, trust me, I'm not going to lie saying nobody judges in this world. Everyone judges everyone in the world every single minute. It doesn't matter. What you need is to make use of the support that you already have in helping you go closer to the vision that you built for yourself, right? So that's what I wanted to share at the end here.
That's beautiful thing because
I think one thing sorry. Yeah, just wanted to add there. I think we did not work with Gotham very closely, but Bloom has been really, good in terms of supporting us as a partner. We offer these credit offers, and they validate us. They kind of take credibility for us for their portfolio startups, and that has been really helpful. And yeah, I think that, like Gotham said, you gotta ask if you want, and you'll get it.
Even Gotham, I really appreciate the kind of work Head Start is doing because, I so many, in fact, my students as well, because I was a trainer, I was a kind of coach as well. And there's so many students who are working as a volunteer at Head Start just because they really love to, and really, give you a great shout out who you're doing great stuff with Head Start. I'm sure, you'll be doing same stuff with Bloom as well.
Thank you so much.
Great. Rohan, any final line that you want to, just sum up, because we are almost at the end of the session. There will be question and answer, of course, but do you want to add anything that you wish to, Rohan?
Lot of respect for startup founders. Please continue to do what you believe in. And I'll be a little selfish here. Like Gautam said, be shameless. So if you want to do something in mobility space, please apply for MarutiSuzukiMail.com. And we have an incubation program as well with IIM Bangalore. And we have many other programs as well. So you can actually make your dreams come true and have Maruti as a business partner. So we'll also be very, very happy to have you as our partner. And I believe a lot of gyan you got from all of us today. So cheers and all the best. Yeah, I'll keep it simple. Yeah. And let's catch up whenever it's possible, whenever your leadership allows you to travel or whatever permissions are granted to you. Let us connect face to face, and I'll be more than happy to meet the panelists as well. Yeah. Yeah.
I really appreciate all the, kind of panelists. Just share the links in the chat box so that people can connect base with you. I see already, some people did that, but if you have not done that, please do share in the chat box. Great. Now let's go to the team. Anil sir, can we just get back to our question and answer round so that, we can ask these questions?
Yes, definitely, sir. Anmol, just take it over with the question and answer. Okay. I think it's in chat box.
Yeah. So we have one question from Suprabhat Kisan, and his question is: will a ideation stage startup be incubated in program if not registered as a company? So if the company is not incorporated, are you going to accept this such a startup in a program?
Is it for us as a AIC BIMTECH? Definitely, we can onboard them in our coach program. And if it is for the panelists, I'll be requesting Rohan sir if he can elaborate. If people
If
doesn't
it is
have,
for any of our programs, then you need to have a company. You need to
Sure.
register a company and then have a proper documentation. Yes.
For the AIC BIMTECH program under coach program, so we are onboarding idea stage startup as well. If you don't have any company registration, we are helping you to register your company as well. So you are most welcome for our upcoming cohort. You can apply for our program.
Great.
I think that's it. We don't have any more questions. If attendees have any questions, they can send their questions to. Okay, we have another question from Sarika Jain. Will LLP work instead of a company? So for AIC BIMTECH, it will work. As far as I think Rohan sir would like to say something. So you have your okay. So the answer is yes. So I think that's it for questions. If you have any more questions, send us a mail team@aicbimtech.com. I think I will take it over from here. Thank you, Shivam sir. Thank you to everyone for such a lively conversation. Following such a thorough discussion, I now have understanding of the critical role that the private entities play as an ecosystem enabler. I'm sure this session had the same impact on our audience. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of AIC BIMTECH to express my heartfelt gratitude to all panelists for accepting our invitation, being so supportive and contributing to sessions resounding success. My sincere thanks to Mr. Gautam Sivaramakrishnan for his insightful perspectives on the role of private entities as ecosystem enablers. Likewise, I would like to express my gratitude to other panelists, Ms. Diksha Bhargav and Mr. Rohan Chatwal, for sharing their insights and imparting invaluable knowledge. And a very big thanks to Mr. Shivam Ahuja for moderating the panel discussion. I would like to thank BIMTECH, our host institute, and special thanks to all our academic partners, corporate partners, outreach partners, and hosting partners, Zoho and Zoom. Finally, thanks to our session partners, GL Bajaj Institute of Technology and Management, JIMS Engineering Management Technical Campus, and Jamia Hamdard. The interactive panel discussion on how to build empowered teams is up next for our audience, so stay connected. It will be starting at around 4:45 p.m. onwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Everyone
Bye.
for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rohan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivam sir.
Thank you.
For the audience, I mean, like being as a AIC BIMTECH team, we are here. If you have any questions for us, definitely we may answer. And as you all asked, like for the incubation program, we are running our incubation program in 4 different parts: Khoj, Prarambh, Gurukul, and Udan. And as somebody was asking for idea stage without any company registration or something, definitely we are offering our programs. Under Khoj program, you may register for next cohort, which is going to be live in next month. And for different programs, it's like as a entry barrier coach program, so you can be part of this program, and then we can gradually graduate you in different programs. And we also offer Startup India Seed Fund, which you may apply directly from Startup India Seed Fund website. And you can pick us choose us as a BIMTECH, AIC BIMTECH as an incubator. As per your priority, and definitely we're going to receive your application and we'll be happy to assist you raising in the funds. Thank you.
Actually, I'd like to add on here. There was this question about LLPs and proprietorship and other things. There's a reason why the kind of ventures that you register should have a certain type of entity. So there are a few sessions that we run to help startup founders think about the kind of entity that they should register for. So if you're not thinking about raising equity or anything like that, it's okay to go in for a proprietorship or a LLP or LLC kind of thing. But if you're thinking about raising equity for funding, then you definitely need to think about other types of entities. So there are a few sessions that we run. Keep connected. I mean, follow us on the various social media. You'll get to know what is being run. And it's most of the sessions that we do is usually free, because we want to make sure that more and more students and more people who are interested in starting their own ventures should have the support that we can provide. So that's what, maybe Abhinav, you can talk about the 4 different programs that we run. So if you could just tell like who fits in where kind of thing. So I think that slides are there, if I remember correctly. So yeah. Abhinav, you're on mute.
Yes, ma'am. I think that can be done. I'll just.
Yeah. Anmol, I think you wanted to say something.
I just wanted to say that it's to all the attendees, if it is possible, just go to our social media profiles and just follow us. It's very difficult to bring such an event together. So if you can do one thing for us, follow us on LinkedIn, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Thank you.
Sarika, I saw your message that you are already an LLP and you're planning to convert it into something else. What was that? Just let me, yeah, company. See, I mean, a company is anything. It could be a private limited company. It could be anything. But you lose out on the history of the company. When you convert it from a LLP to a private limited, you lose out on that history. And sometimes investors may not be that happy about you changing these kind of things. So that's the reason why you need to have a plan in your mind before you even start thinking about registering the kind of entity that you should think about registering, right? So yeah. Over to you, Abhinav.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. So for all the participants who have joined us today, just to take you through the different programs that AIC BIMTECH runs internally for the startups specifically. How we do it is we pick the startups up at the very first stage, which is Khoj. Now, Khoj is a 1-month program where we pick entrepreneurs who have thought of an idea but are in the process of getting it validated, right? Many a times we are reached by entrepreneurs who just want a confirmation regarding the idea that they have come up with. Would it be feasible to be in the market, or at what point should they go ahead and create a legal entity out of it? So that's where Khoj program comes in, where you get an idea regarding if what you are thinking is a feasible business plan, is something on which actions can be taken upon as a proper legal entity. From there on, we move on to the second program, which is Prarambh. And Prarambh is a 2-month program where we take the validated ideas from the Khoj program and help them turn into either a prototype or help them execute a pilot. So right now, after the end of the Khoj, you have got the confirmation regarding your ideas, that in what format would they be feasible in the market. In Prarambh, we work upon those ideas to take them to a proper creation of a prototype, which later can be explored into the market. So that's the intent of Prarambh. So it's a 2-month program. Both these programs, Khoj and Prarambh, are completely free. We do not charge anything from the participants who are coming in. There is no monetary transaction that happens between the incubator and the startup, be it be it in cash, in kind, or be it even in terms of equity. So there is no financial obligation at all. Thereon, we move on to the Gurukul program, where we pick the startups up again who have now created a prototype, who have done a pilot, and are now intending to move on to the market to get their first few clients, first few paid customers, right? To understand if what they have created as a prototype is something which is being accepted by the market. And if not, then what iterations, what changes should be done so that they can be a money-making venture. So that's the intent of the Gurukul. Because this process is too long and it's a very individualistic process, what we do in Gurukul program, number one, it's a one-on-one program. And number two, the program is for in totality 12 months. So 6 plus 6 months, where primarily the program is of 6 months, but depending on where you are in achieving your goals that we discuss at the start of the program, we give an extension up to 6 months. So in maximum, the program can go up to 1 year. That's the Gurukul program. Now, these three programs are basically for the development of an idea into a venture from Coach to Gurukul. If at all a startup seeks funds at any instance, there is a different program for it, which is Udan program, specifically for fundraise. Now, a startup can be a part of either of the first three programs, which are Coach, Prarambh, and Gurukul, and be a part of Udan subsequently. So you can be a part of Coach and Udan at the same time. Similarly, Prarambh Udan, Gurukul Udan. The intent is that if you want to raise funds, Udan is the program for you. Coach, Prarambh, and Gurukul, they do not talk about raising funds at all because there the intent is to build the venture. We as an incubator focus on self-sustainability, and that's what we try to gauge through the first three programs. But if you are an ideation stage startup or you are an acceleration stage startup and you are seeking to raise funds, Udan is the program for you. Udan as a program runs on success fee model. And if you want to know more about these programs, you can reach out to us and we'll be more than happy to, have a proper thorough discussion about it with you guys. Any other question regarding the programs, and we'll be happy to take it out.
Abhinav, what I'll also suggest is maybe you can take them through the benefits that are there, because many students and many potential entrepreneurs, then they're struggling to start their ventures. There's a lot of things that we can bring to them. So maybe you can talk about the different benefits that we give and how they can apply and how they can actually start their journey. So.
Sure. So in order for you guys to understand what do you gain from AIC BIMTECH, number one is definitely the extensive pool of partners that we have. We have 60 international partners and many national partners. The total number comes more than 90. Now, these all partners have basically, come in along to form an ecosystem to provide the support to the startups at an initial stage. So if we talk about the advantages, these all partners usually, come together and have their own offerings that they would like to extend to the startups, to the incubated startups coming in. The total value of these supports which are being extended towards, to the entrepreneurs and to the startups is worth 10.28 CR in totality. What this value is, this value includes, different benefits in terms of soft infrastructure, which is being extended to you guys. It can be cloud credits. It can be, 1 month license of a very pricey software that is very instrumental for your prototype development, and so and so. So different companies, different corporates have come together to kind of build this ecosystem cohesively together so that the ease for the new startups coming in and to develop that, your first prototype, that kind of eases off as much as possible. So that's one thing that you will get. Apart from that, because we have international partners, you also get a lot of collaborations in order to reach out to, different geographies as potential market. So in case if you are only doing business in India, but you feel like, maybe Africa is a country where similar demographic lies and your product is something which can do well there. So we have the linkages to give you access to that, potential market. So that's one thing as a leverage that you get. Apart from that, recently we have been selected as an incubator which has received Startup India Seed Fund grant. So under that, you are eligible to get prototype development grant up to 15 lakhs and further acceleration grant up to 30 lakhs. So that is, and not necessarily grant, but also in terms of debt and CCD. So different instruments, but again, the fund is at your disposal. At your disposal. I would also like to bring in Anil sir, who would be able to talk about another new scheme that we have landed, I think a few days ago, and he will be able to talk about it. So, sir, over to you.
Sure, Abhinav sir. So, recently, like few days before we got selected for MSME Center as a BIMTECH got incubation center under the scheme of MSME. So we're going to explore that opportunity as well for the startup prototyping, seed funding, and in fact for the incubators. So we'll be happy to receive the application in the future as well, as soon as we're going to implement this policy. And that will be supporting a startup in the product side. Like if you have to develop your prototype or something, definitely we will be the point of contact, and we'll be happy to help you to develop your prototype and be uh, like as your final product can come out in the market, and we can be a support for you under that MSME scheme. So that is a scheme. And then, like as Abhinav sir is saying, this is scheme, Startup India Seed Fund. Seed Fund is already, that application is live. If you want, you can apply for that program. And we are happy to assist you up to 50 lakhs, either in various things. I mean, like it could be grant up to 20 lakhs, and otherwise up to 50 lakhs we are offering in CCD, which is convertible equity. You may apply for that particular program, and every month we have a evaluation committee which is selecting the startup. We are going to announce the startup name, so they got selected up to today on day after tomorrow in the evening in validatory session. Almost 7 to 8 startup they got selected, and they got the funding under this scheme, which is Startup India Seed Fund. We are in the process of next meeting, and we are receiving the application for this program. So you might apply for seed funding under this program. And eligibility criteria is on Startup India Seed Fund website, but basic criteria is like you must be registered as DIPP, and your company life cycle should be less than 2 years. I mean, like 2 years, your company should be registered like 2 years point of view, and then proper pitch deck, fund utilization, and like how much you are asking for. A proper pitch deck you have to apply for. So you can avail this benefit as well.
Just to
Over
add
to you.
what Anil sir is saying, you do not have to be associated with the AIC BIMTECH in any sorts to apply for this particular scheme. Any startup throughout the country can simply go to the website and apply for this particular fund. You don't need to be incubated with us to be eligible to apply for this. And even during the process, the committee which is responsible for finally shortlisting the startups who will be receiving the funds are completely autonomous. They are not related to us as an incubator whatsoever. So it's going to be very, fair judgment, very transparent judgment to have the final selected candidates. Also, I think there were a few questions regarding how the onboarding process for the incubation center works. So the incubation center picks the startups up only at the coach program, first program, if the applications are direct, which we run 4 times a year. Now, because you all participants have registered for this particular event, we have your email IDs in our mailing list. So whenever the next cohort is going to be launched, you will definitely receive an invitation to apply for the program. And if you would like to receive such news about the funds, about the investments, or about potential, stakeholder engagements in the future, you can just keep us in our mailing list, and we'll make sure that such information on periodical, time durations keep on reaching to you. I think we have a question. Are there grant programs for startups older than 2 years? There are grant programs, definitely, not specifically this one. As far as the details of which these programs are, even I think we will get back to you later on regarding the specifics, because it depends. A lot of initiatives are being taken in care of, but they are industry specific. So many agro based grant programs are right now currently there, and in a similar fashion, many technology based grant programs are also running, which are both driven by corporates and government. But then it depends, which is the industry that you're seeking, and as per to that, the information can be provided to you.
Actually, adding on to that, the MSME fund which is there, that is for startups which are beyond 2 years. Okay. So there is no time limit on the MSME fund which is there. Okay, but it also just go on to the MSME innovative scheme, and you will see that there are a list of incubators which are giving this kind of funding. And under the incubator, for different levels, there's different levels of funding. So starting from 15 lakhs to more than 1 crore. So depending on what you want, what is your ask, and the level of your own ventures journey. so that it's there, right? So for the startups which are below 2 years, the Startup India Seed Fund scheme is there. And for those who are beyond 2 years, the MSME Seed Fund scheme is there, right? And besides this, we also had Mr. Jeet Vijayvargiya from MeitY in the morning. So if you had listened to him, that you will also know that there's a lot of funds which come in from the MeitY ministry also. And similarly, when you talk about the different funds which come in from the Startup India portal also, so there are quite a few verticals. So just check these things out. You will get to know more about it, right? So yeah.
I think we already are being joined by the panelists and the moderators from the coming session. I think Aditya is here.
This expecting Mr. Ravji from Greti HR and Sanil will be joining as a panelist again. So we are just waiting for them to start with.
Yeah, so we'll be starting it in the coming 5 minutes.
In the meantime, we have been suggesting, if you have any questions, do put it out there. And it's not just about being incubating in BIMTECH. You can ask us anything about the startup ecosystem. If you're able, we'll be able to answer you, right?
I think we have a question regarding. We have a question from Mr. Sanjay Diwan regarding if we can join BIMTECH as a mentor or an investor. I would like to add on, any investor is more than welcome to come and join us. The startups always find dearth of good investors, and even more so, dearth of good mentors. So we would love to be in touch with you to understand, how you work with the startups and see if there is a fitment of how we can work together. So please feel free to reach out to us, or we'll be reaching out to you if you can share your details.
Sharing my Mr. Sanjay, I'm sharing my email ID with you directly in the chat box. So you may drop your contact detail. We will be reaching out to you, and we may connect for a different meeting, and we can understand the synergies, how we can work together closely. And we both, our intention, like as an incubator and as you mentioned, like as a mentor or investor, intention is same to support these startup ecosystem. Definitely, we are on the same portal and we'll be happy to collaborate and work together. So, thank you.
So we have another question from Nirmala Roni. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correct. So the question is, even before joining the coach cohort, is there a way we can run across our ideas through some mentors? I would put it this way, that the incubation center team at all times is available for have a brief discussion about your idea. I will not be able to say how much time in particular to each person, but yes, we can definitely get on over a call to have an understanding regarding, what you are thinking and what iteration of it we feel would be feasible. And that also might not be the ultimate answer, because there are times when an advice can be, nudging in the right direction, and at times we can be completely off our marks depending on our expertise. But yes, we can definitely try to help you out regarding the validation of your idea, or any other query for that matter. You don't necessarily need to be an extensive part of the AIC BIMTECH community to reach out to us. It can be a start at any place. So we still have a few minutes before the panelists join us. So we already have Aditya who's going to moderate the session. Aditya, I just want to understand if at all, you can put out what are 2 or 3 things that you feel our listeners or our viewers will be able to have a takeaway from this particular session by the end of it. Why should they come and watch this session?
Oh, wow, lovely to have an opportunity to pitch this session also to people. So to everyone watching, since I am also a good representative of the early stage founder community, I'm also an early stage founder. So most of us face a very big problem and a challenge in firstly building a team, finding the right co-founders, then eventually scaling it to maybe a team of 5, 10, 15 people who can reach out to so many customers, who can make sure that they are happy and make sure that the operations and tech and marketing is maintained and growing smoothly. and from early team management to go to a place where you're scaling and building the team, the offering, maybe stepping up to the next 20, the next 50 and 100 employees, and maybe even bigger company. So all of these are very big challenges in today's market, which is super funded, hyper competitive, especially for a startup which is bootstrapping. It's very difficult to find, acquire, and then maintain the right talent in your team with maintaining their active engagement. So these are some of the things that you will be able to take away, that how to step towards doing that. And I'll try to act as a good representative of the community, ask some really good questions so that we are able to draw some unique perspectives, some good insight from the extremely experienced and esteemed panelists who can reflect on the fact that, how did they do it? So yeah, this is going to be our takeaway, and I'm pretty sure that all of us are going to learn a lot from this session.
Looking forward to that, Aditya. I think that is a problem that we also as an incubator have been seeing as a consistent theme, that getting a right team as far as the startup is concerned, and someone to have that trust in the vision of the founder and dedicate their early years to the founder and to the team is something that very rarely exists. So I'm hoping that we by the end of the session, we'll be able to touch some key points that will help all the upcoming entrepreneurs to understand what are the key things to keep in mind when they're seeking their first few team members, and what to expect from them and how to keep their expectations, managed. I hope we'll be able to to find some kind of solution to this problem.
Vinodji, I'll just put up, Sanil sir is here and Mr. Giri sir is here also, and Aditya is here. So let's begin the session. And we can start with the session if our panelist allows us. So we just, I hope, Giri sir, we can start the session as time's already permits. So I'll just take this opportunity. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, everyone have a good afternoon. I'm Anil Singh, and on behalf of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH, I would like to welcome and thanks everyone for attending this Amalgam 2 fireside chat, how to build an empowered team. Amalgam 2 is special because it marks the 4th anniversary of our incubator. After countless emails, LinkedIn posts, and tweets, our digital message have come to life as we gather here to connect startup potential entrepreneurs and the startup ecosystem major stakeholder. I would like to now welcome and introduce Mr. Aditya Bose, the moderator of the fireside chat. Aditya is pro bono CEOs and a passionate career guide. He received his Bachelor's of Engineering in Information Technology from the Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology in Saipur. During his studies, he discovered that many people's career choice were inflected by social separatives and their parents' unfulfilled dreams because they were unaware of the various career options available. The spark of idea for pro bono after graduation from the college. He founded Pro Bono, a career guidance venture in India, EdTech space, and provide online career guidance to high school, college, and ITI students across the country. Since its inception, over 30,000 students in India have benefited from their career counseling. Now, I would like to ask Aditya to moderate the fireside chat and introduce our distinguished panelists. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you so much, Anil sir, for the warm and kind introduction. I'll quickly introduce our 2 esteemed panelists for the day. So firstly, I'll introduce Mr. Girish Raoji. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. So we have, yes, sir. So he is a co-founder and CEO of Greatip Software. He has guided Greatip into the position of a premier HR and payroll solutions provider that today enables the processing of 15 lakh plus user records every month. One of the early movers in the cloud B2B space in India, he's been instrumental in positioning Greatip as a market leader in the cloud payroll and HR space, with around 15,000 plus paying businesses in India and GCC countries. He has done his engineering from the SJCE Mysore, and he is one of the founding members of iSpirit, Indian Software Product Industry Roundtable, and is a mentor at the Founders Institute India. Thank you, sir, for being here with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditya, for the introduction.
And introducing our next panelist, Mr. Sanil Sachar. He's a national best-selling author and a founding partner of Gurgaon-based incubator Huddle. He began his career as an author while pursuing a BSc Honours in Sports Business Management from Sheffield Hallam University. He has since written The Dark Side of Flight and Rebound through Rupa Publications, and his fourth book, Perhaps Love, through Penguin. Sanil is a serial entrepreneur and co-founder of the sports brand Two Socks, and he's also an active angel investor. He's a motivational speaker also who has spoken at TED events, addressing audiences on a variety of topics, including creativity, innovation, and leadership. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us.
Thanks, Aditya. Looking forward to this.
So, as I said, for most of our audiences, we are looking at building a team, scaling, and management. So these are key issues for all of us, and we're looking to learn a lot from this panel discussion. So starting from a question related to team building, and we can cover it like a journey. So the audiences, please feel free to put in as many questions as possible in the Q&A section. We'll be definitely moderating those and answering them at the end. But you can keep typing your questions as you come across them in the chat so that we can keep moderating across them as we go ahead. And to start this discussion from a team building perspective, so sirs, for team building for an early stage startup, which is just starting or just thinking of solving a particular problem, when they need to pick a core team, what all should they look at in co-founders or in their early team members as skills, as competencies, as attitude standpoints? So maybe we can start with Giri, sir.
Sure. Thanks, Aditya. And very relevant question. The key is research has also proven that a lot of organizations do not make it not because they have a bad product or a suboptimal product, but because the initial founding team has not been set up or are unable to work together. So it's very critical that the right set of team members with the right skills, of course, culture, chemistry is another thing, but focusing on what key areas should the founders be in. I would like to kind of look at one framework that has been kind of developed based on a lot of research. So what that indicates is a core founding team has to have three very key sets of traits or people who can do three key set of things, right? And that set of things are one of the things that a founder has to be is a visionary, right? And then there is one more called a hustler, and the third one is a product guy. So a team has to have, the founding team has to have these three things together. It is absolutely essential for a good team to be formed for this. Very briefly, since we also have a time constraint, a visionary is somebody who constantly works on the company, not just in it. He is the guy who will sell the company to 100 people. He'll talk to investors. He'll talk to the market. And if whoever has opposing ideas, it is in him to go and sell and tell why this company exists and what it can do for them. So that is a very key element of a job that a founder needs to do. And that's one element, one of the founders needs to have this particular ability. The second guy is this hustler. See, hustler is a guy who will make things happen. Because a lot of work that happens in a startup today is when things need to get done. Every day things need to get done. There are a lot of curveballs coming. There's a lot of work to do. And this guy keeps his eyes on the ground, stays grounded, makes sure that things are moving, things are getting delivered, and work is happening. The third guy that needs to be coming in is the product guy. Now, whether you are a chef, whether you are a software developer, or whether you are a marketing startup, this guy is the domain expert. He knows everything about the domain, and the product is in his hands. He is everybody who can solve for the product, who can make the product do well. So I believe, this framework if you're looking for co-founders, if you're looking at what are the key things that you need in a founding team, these are the three elements that you would need to bring up: a visionary, a hustler, and the product guy. That would be a quite useful framework.
It's a really nice framework, sir. A visionary, a hustler, and a product guy. Sanil, sir, your perspective on the same?
No, I absolutely love what Mr. Girish has said. I completely agree with it. And just to add, to his expertise that he's shared, I think I'll stick to the same tune of sharing three principles I feel are important. And there has to be enough energy in the team member that helps you as a team. And again, when I speak of an early team, I mean, that's where everyone is almost a founder, should be a founder for that reason, for that matter. There has to be enough energy for that one team member to carry the team on, let's say, the low days, the dull days, where things are going slow. But there has to also be enough energy to always stay excited, borderline delusional, and always like a 5-year-old in a candy store. There has to be that energy in a founding team. And in order to have that energy, I feel that it's very important to be able to provide ownership, which actually links to my third point as well, that ownership has to be provided from day zero. And ownership means knowing that you are going to delegate work. I think delegation is a really large skill set that founders and team members learn over time. And sometimes the best way to learn is by delegating, which essentially is the third part I want to talk about, is delegating something that you as the founder might not be best at, or believe that you want to always have someone else lead. So know your weaknesses when you're hiring someone, because the team you want to be surrounded with, it has to be much smarter than you. And I think that's the best kind of team to have, which means when you're hiring someone smarter than you, you have to have the ability to delegate some job function that you will not be overlooking as much as you thought you would, which means you have to, by the end of it, it all goes down to trust, right? And the second you do all that, energy, ownership, being able to hire someone smarter, and everything that Mr. Girish added, I think that these are recipes for a long-lasting and successful team.
So when you said borderline delusional, that gave me some assurance, because when early stage startups pitch their idea to people, they do sound like that. And sometimes it feels like they are a lot unrealistic as compared to practical. But the magic number of today seems to be 3. You also put out 3 principles. And I want to ask, what is the ideal team size at a starting stage? Is it 3 co-founders? Is it 2? Is it 4? When is the team 1 to many co-founders? And when is it 2 less? Agree, sir?
See, if unless you are probably Jeff Bezos or Jack Ma, and believe that you can single-handedly carry a startup, there have not been, by research, a large number of the majority of the startups are not founded by single founders, right? See, startup is an incredibly tough and a very lonely journey. It's not of course now entrepreneurship and startups are the flavor of the season, but it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of tough work to do, and you would need at least 2 people to make an ideal team, even though I believe the research seems to be that 2.4 is more the median, but between a 2 and 3 I believe are a good team size. It also means, see, the moment you move out of 1, it also means you are able to at least convince 1 more guy to put his skin in the game, right? And you're able to get at least 1 follower to come and stick with you. So I believe is between 2 and 3 people are an ideal size, even though most of the successful, if you look at the median at a larger level, 2 seems to be the case where most successful startups have had the 2 founders. But beyond 3, there are an extremely small number of successful startups that have had more than 3 co-founders, because as they scale, differences of opinion and models in terms of how you would want to take forward becomes extremely disruptive when a large number is there. So my guess is between 2 and 3 would be an ideal size for a team starting up.
So let's say your thoughts.
I believe it's subjective, but I'm not going to leave the answer to that. I think that we also have to, in the early days, so I think inculcating founders is a job function that actually keeps taking place as you grow. We've seen this with a lot of marquee startups that are much maturer. Some of them, many of them that went public on, which was a great year last year, as it is this one as well for the startup ecosystem. We saw a lot of founders getting inculcated, which actually speaks volumes about how the organization is growing. Because when the organization is growing that large, you want to be in a position where you want to start hiring people that are building divisions that were not even a part of your strategy when you first started, which means you've matured because of the team you're surrounded by. Therefore, giving them ownership, again, going back to ownership, is something that I don't believe is only a thought process for the starting days, but it's also for the later days. But let's come early stage, right? I believe that a lot of people that would be listening to the forum today would be early stage. I think in the early days, even if you start alone, you have to have a team around you that you will have the ability to either outsource job functions to, and then slowly bring it in-house. I don't think everything has to be purely in-house as well. So if tomorrow you have an amalgamation of outsourced and in-house teams, and then wherever you feel it's pivotal, like it's the spine of your business or the legs of your business, that's where founders need to come in. And one area a founder has to be almost always ready for their role is fundraising. And if they're not fundraising, well, then it's management. That if a founder knows how to do fundraising and management, and let's say another job function that's important, well, that's a great recipe, for some, founder to teach all of us. But having a team that you provide ownership to is really where you feel it's pivotal, but you only have 24 hours in the day.
Definitely, I think ownership is something which is a little, like from a founder standpoint, it's obviously a little difficult to give to people initially. But then, as both of you have very aptly covered, I think delegation is the order of building a bigger and a stronger team and building a bigger and a stronger startup. And eventually, you do have to give up control. So, talking about your journeys, what are the challenges that you faced while in your entrepreneurial journey, initially building and maintaining teams and keeping them inspired? And what were your ways of overcoming those challenges? So right now, I think we can change the order a little bit. We can start with Sanil.
I think, I think the first challenge that we faced as a accelerator and a early stage fund was, how large should the team be? And when do you want to reach that level? And I think why that is, I wouldn't say it's a problem, it's a fork in the road, right? When do you want to scale your team to a certain stage? I think I believe it's always important to be overstaffed as a team. You should give enough time for moments of crisis where 20% of your time can go, where it might be needed, or if that time is not needed, well, it's just brainstorming. So you always should have a slightly larger team than anticipated. That's my philosophy. I think the first challenge was, in the early days, how and when do you scale that team? And actually, I've seen this even when with the portfolio that we have today, when we've been able to have over 100 founders in our portfolio, and it's when all of them have the same thought process of when do they want to expand their team. That's one area. How we've overcome it is, I think you have to be very open to perspectives, and you have to be willing to seek advice even from someone that might be deemed as a competitor. Now, truly, I don't believe there's much competition in the enablement space within accelerators and funds, and we're all literally in this literally together building the ecosystem. But you have to be open to other people's learnings and perspectives, because one thing that I've learned being in any entrepreneurial journey of my life, not only with Atal, is whatever you're doing, someone has done it in some similar shape or form. And the best way of learning is by going through someone else's mistakes. That's the easiest hack, and it's almost a lazy hack, but I truly believe that's the best way to overcome.
Sure. Yeah. Great Tip is a slightly tenured organization. We have been around for some time now. Reflecting back on our journey, when we started off, entrepreneurship and startups were not the flavor of the season. It was seen as more something that some crazy people would do instead of getting into a much better and a cushy IT job, go off to the US, or get into a much more cozier situation. People are not mostly as brave as they are now, or maybe crazy. So initially, when we started off, it was a little bit of a tough situation in terms of getting people in. The belief system that there is a startup and you can do something in a smaller company was not extremely high. So that was one of the primary challenges we faced, which meant the amount of available skill set was not extremely large. The pool was not quite large. Today there is a pool, but it's extremely competitive to onboard them. But at that time, it was not a very large pool. Startups were quite new. What we did is, to a large extent, a lot of learning happened for us on the job. Either it would be something that we would learn of the resources that were available, or we would continuously innovate, experiment, find out, have a rapid learning curve from within the organization. That's something that really helped us. That kind of also follows us today. We have a formal learning program within Great Tip, where if you finish 3 Udemy courses, you have a Udemy license where it's all you can eat kind of a corporate Udemy license for any employee. And we encourage people to continuously upskill and learn. Even today in this very competitive place scenario, it helps because there is a quest among people to continuously upskill and be better and gain some of these newer things. And a constant culture of experimenting and learning is also helping us. So, these were some of the challenges that we faced when we wanted to build teams. And this is where I believe are models that could work for us, apart from various models of trying to get in consultants or trying to do an acqui-hire or many of these things. But a constant inward focus also in terms of upskilling, upgrading, and developing these competences, where you may not have all the star players play with you all the time. I think that could be some of the things that could help. But that's how we built our team when we started off.
Thank you so much for sharing, sir. And as you said, I think it's a great thing that you've been able to drive a culture of learning within the organization, because I think in dearth of that is when usually people start to look out. Now, talking about looking out, there were different challenges, I believe, when you started and when right now things are there. So I'm also thinking that, you're seeing a shift in the industry. Do let me know your thoughts on that as well. And this shift is, from my angle, I would say that people are switching much earlier. So let's say these days people would switch within 6 months or even a year, which is a great thing in terms of the market opportunities available. It's a really good comment on that. But for a startup founder or for even people from bigger companies, the attrition rate has gone really high. Now, in access to such opportunities, there are so many things available, and plus the attention span is constantly reducing. With this, as a career guide, when I talk to people, I also feel that, sometimes people within 8 months to a year start to also feel, yeah, I'm not feeling that motivated to work anymore because my work is literally the same every day. In these things, how do you keep your team motivated and inspired to be highly engaged in the team activities and to drive the startup, to drive the company forward? Anyone can take that up first.
I'll add a very quick bit to it. I'll pass it to Mr. Grish. I think one of the areas, and you sort of answered it, Aditya. I think you mentioned, when the learning, it's all about having continuous learning, right? So one of the areas that I've known, and I think the key area I've seen that works is when you provide enough freedom to continuously innovate in your organization, even if it's not applicable today. So always have almost a constant innovation arm and give your team the accessibility to create divisions for the future and let them spend. So I don't think all the time needs to be spent in an organization building for today or building even for what you know is coming tomorrow. Sometimes you have to, I think at all times, you have to have some part, be it 20% of your effort or 15% of your effort, going into innovation that could be needed. Whether it gets deployed or not is subjective, but giving that, creating that environment and that bubble of constant innovation is what I think excites just humans by nature, right? It's exciting. There's a sense of fear in it, and there's a sense of a new environment. So you always feel you're entering a newer workplace of sorts. And I'm not saying that you have to creating a new workplace is what makes people stick. It's the ability of letting them know that you are agile enough to hear them out, you're open enough to hear them out, and they're not just here to adhere and move ahead with your decisions. Again, human nature is that we want to take leadership at all times. So I think these are areas, create a constant innovation bubble within your organization and let each individual believe that that innovation bubble is theirs. That's, I think, what has helped for us. But, I think Mr. Grish, with his experience over 3 decades, as I know it, would be able to attribute a lot more.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Sunil. Building on what Sunil said, I believe one of the, we're talking of, but the strategies vary depending on the stage of the organization, right? And focusing here, because I think most of the participants here are people who are at a very early stage in their journey. If the first set of people, you will need to work very hard to onboard them and recruit them onto your vision. That is absolutely essential, because a lot of other factors don't exist, right? If you're bootstrapped, you don't have money, you will not have the big brand, you'll not have the large offices, or many of the things that are seen as hygiene in a kind of a work environment may not exist. So the primary thing that we'll need to worry about is whether you are able to get them sold on the vision that you have. The point also you need to be concerned about, and you need to make sure, is that you let them know that the work that they are doing, right, is impactful and is going to be large. So these are some of the things that are absolutely essential at the recruitment stage, at the stage when you bring them in. But as you get teams to come inside, right, and then as you get them to start working, there could be a grind. It could look like a grind. Some things could help. Okay, and one of the key elements of retaining employees in our experience is the fact that you'll need to engage them. So engagement is a very broad term, but engagement is critical, because then it does not look like work. It is something that you want to do and you are finding a joy in doing it. Now, engagement can come from multiple areas. One of the first things you can do is to build trust. One is, if it trust comes empowerment. So if you are recruiting somebody for a particular job, you will have to believe that they are good. So Sunil did mention that you'll have to hire people who are smarter than you probably, and then you'll have to bring them in. Now, if you are trusting and have an environment where somebody says, where you say you are the best person for the job, right? I am willing to step back, and you do what you think is the right thing to do, that causes a lot of empowerment, and people tend to believe that they are also making significant contributions. That's essential. So that is something that can really get people involved. Involvement is what we are looking for. That's the motivators have to be intrinsic, and you'll have to worry on those and work on those intrinsic motivators. That is something that you can bring in. The other thing you can bring in is to build a respect which comes from trust, and also let people know the impact of the work that they're doing. People would love to make an impact. They would love to add value. I come to office thinking that today I'm going to do a great job. I believe it's the founder's responsibility to continue to bring in that environment and that ecosystem within the organization where the work is highlighted. This again brings down to a factor of recognition. You have to be appreciative. Every inquiry that you make needs to look at what people are doing right. We tend to kind of become very looking at what's not working well. We try to highlight them because what's working is kind of seen as part of the job that you need to do. But recognizing people, recognizing the contribution they are making, even if it's small, a pat on the back to sending an email to saying that, look, this really helped and this really is adding value. This also leads to much better engagement. So you'll have to work on the intrinsic motivators. You'll have to work on getting people engaged. You'll have to get them onboarded onto the vision. I think this can help. Definitely, it's a more mobile workforce. People tend to think today, if you're more than 3 years in a company, that there's something wrong. How can you work in a company for 3 years? Obviously, it means that you're either not mobile or you're not able to get a job. So that being the present scenario and the thought process, I believe startup founders can do some of these things to retain their team back and get them to continue to deliver their best.
Thank you so much, sir, for adding perspective. Absolutely, as you said, these days, if people work 3 to 5 years in a particular company. So yesterday, I saw somebody from TCS had put up a status that I have worked 25 years in TCS. Obviously, people they were congratulating, but from millennial end, we always start to think that is there a problem? Is this guy not good enough to switch, something like that? And recently, I saw this documentary on Netflix, The Last Dance. Michael Jordan played for Chicago Bulls, and he won so many trophies there. His sole commitment was to build the organization, which he did and so well. And after that, Chicago Bulls has never won any championship. So obviously, he did a great job at building a team there. So many good players, Dennis Rodman and Pippen and so on. Now, obviously, such people are very difficult to find, but then it's our job to kind of scout and look for them and to, kind of sell them the vision. We have talked about the intrinsic factors a lot. So we have talked about building a culture of innovation, building a learning environment, building the core commitment to the vision, and keeping the engagement high, making people respected for their work, and recognizing their achievements and giving them a feeling of satisfaction. But in this hyper-competitive market, sir, obviously we have talked about the alternative incentives apart from money that we can give. We have covered that. But sometimes as company owners, as startup founders, don't you feel the pressure to kind of very quickly start to also increase the monetary benefits, because you know that outside, since in a startup you have only built a culture of learning and innovation, people are learning really fast, and hence their market rate outside is doubling and tripling by the day. So don't you feel the pressure to also kind of quickly increase the monetary incentive, and doesn't that also put like a pressure on you to earn more revenue, be really aggressive, and sometimes maybe that acts as a stress factor? I just want to understand from
you. I can take this up first because
maybe you can go first on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it sets the right culture of the organization you are if you're always wary of losing your team members. So I think the right team definitely should be incentivized. I particularly don't believe incentives have to be phased as annual. I think exactly as was mentioned earlier, you have to appreciate the small efforts and the large efforts, but incentives have to be given way beyond you being wary that you will lose out on a team member. I don't think that is the right way to build. So if that is the team, if that's the issue, then I think there's a there's something culturally wrong with the organization. You have to reflect and realize what you really stand for. And also it's the wrong messaging that's being created. And if your team is only if you have to always play catch up to your team's, you mentioned the term rate, then the team is never in it for the long run. I think I'll pass it over to Mr. Girish.
I agree with a lot of things that Sunil said. The culture, if you're building a culture of money being the only factor that binds a person to an organization, then definitely there's something wrong, and it's been set up wrong, right? Because money as a competitor is an extremely bad competitor to be competing against. Because there's always somebody, either if you're looking at product pricing, you're looking at employee salaries, somebody will always price their products a little lower than yours, or pay somebody, one of your employees, a little higher than that. You will definitely need to worry about what else you can do for figuring out and getting a person to stay back with you. So we did talk about some of the motivators and other things. Money, of course, is a demotivator. It's not a motivator, it's a demotivator. Not having enough money will make you feel bad, but giving more money will not make you perform better. So there's a subtle difference there. Now, that said, there are a lot of other ways of engaging and retaining employees. Now, again, you'll have to split this. If you are below subsistence, or if you are way below market, then you have an extremely difficult problem to solve. Because if you are way below market, there is no way you can fight. There is no way you can make it up. You can only bring some amount. But if the market rate is 100 and you're paying 30, you have an extremely tough situation on your hand. This is one. The second one is you'll also have to look at the employee and their current situation. So if you're looking at somebody at the lower level of the economic strata, money is an extremely large point in any decision making, because that money is absolutely needed for them. They are willing to put up a lot to make sure that the money comes in. But if you are at a stage where you are comfortably well off, or where you're decent, then, as I said, you'll need to meet the criteria. The hygiene criteria will have to be met, and then you will have to go beyond that. So if the point of providing a challenging work environment that Sunil said, the point of making sure that you engage the employees, the work environment is good. Many of these things are also weapons that you can use to fight and to make sure that you are able to retain. The only problem is these are all tough things to do. Throwing money is an easier thing to do, right? But the tougher things are the problem. But doing them will benefit. And you will need to do them, especially if you're a bootstrapped founder whose access to money is quite limited. So those are the journey points that you'll have to keep in mind when going ahead with this.
Thank you so much, sirs, for adding perspective there as well. I think it's a very tough balance to maintain, maintaining enough money so that it's not really a demotivator, as you said, that, you have lesser money to pay to people. But at the same time, also going beyond that, as you mentioned, in the social capital factors before that question. Now, time to read some audience comments before we go on to scaling and building. So I'll just quickly choose out some of the audience comments that I have in my immediate vision. So Mr. Sanjay Diwan says, commenting on maybe Girish sir's first statement, that a founder actually has to be a visionary, a hustler, and should know product. He should ideally delegate hustler and product function. The question is how to get a hustler and a product guy on board. This is where we need BIMTECH's resources. So that's a very good point for BIMTECH administration to also note down. I think, from an incubating experience at AIC BIMTECH, I think you have come to the right place. Now, Mr. S. Shukla has also commented on Mr. Sanjay's comment, and after that, I'll definitely ask you for your perspective on this. Sanjay ji, this is the main problem, and most of the startup founders like you and me are facing the same problem. So hopefully BIMTECH is a place where we can meet our requirements. Now, coming to this point, sir, should a founder be a mix of all three things, or he can get a completely missing skill and still scale big? Like, should he have the other two aspects as well? So I'm thinking, let's say I'm a hustler, so should I have a bit of a visionary and a bit of a product guy also in me, or if that is completely absent in me, I can still go the long mile and succeed? Since it was your comment, Girish sir, maybe you can start first.
Yeah, okay. Look, if you have all the three bundled into one, then you have hit the jackpot, right? telling you can probably build a unicorn in 1 year. In the absence of that, you will need to look for people who can come on board and bring these complementary skill sets. A team is essentially a set of people having complementary skills that are needed, which you don't have, which they can bring, and where they are way better than what we are. So if you have all of them, that's fine. There is no set rule that says a hustler can't be a visionary can't be a product guy. It could be. I mean, any of the combinations are possible. But to some extent, a visionary is a little thinking at a higher level and at a longer arc, right? They are not really looking at operations. They are not looking at the nitty-gritties of things that you need to look at to make it happen. Okay, the guy who thinks at a longer arc will find it extremely difficult to be bogged down by one event or one element, because the vision, the thinking is more at a 50,000 feet level, and it requires a certain different kind of thought process and a skill set. If you have been able to think big and think small at the same time, that's great. Otherwise, it would help to have people with these complementing skills. If it's bundled, some people may have a combination of these. You may not have them initially, as some of the companies are doing now. You'll bring those founders later on. That's also possible. So various combinations are possible. It is that these are required. Now, how many people will you have that will bring in this is a matter of chance, and that's the beauty of the whole coming together of people and building a startup.
Sunil, sir, your thoughts?
No, I think just to add quite shortly, I think there are certain skill sets you learn over time, and that's completely fine. So you will always have a stronger suit. I mean, you gave the example of, let's say, the Chicago Bulls, right? Not everyone's a Michael Jordan that can run up and down and do layups and do everything. You've got your Scottie Pippens. You've got people who are good at defending. So my point really is, without going too far into that analogy, you will learn certain attributes over time, but over that course, you'll never perfect all, and I don't think we'll ever perfect any. What we need to really acknowledge as founders, as entrepreneurs is what we're not good at. I think that's an area that we need to start figuring out before we figure out what we're best at. I know there are contrasting opinions on that in the ecosystem, but I feel the faster you know what you're not good at, the faster you will hire a team to make do of the same.
Yeah, I think that's also one of the biggest challenges, firstly, getting to know really fast what you're not good at, accepting, because that's the tougher part. And then probably, looking for people smarter than you, which is also a form of acceptance that, there are people smarter. Because sometimes you start to feel you've read 2-3 books about a certain topic and you start to feel that, okay, I know a lot, or I can do a lot. Now, talking about scaling and building, obviously, we have talked quite a bit about the values and traits that you would want to have when a person is scaling or building an organization to a team of, let's say, 20, 50, 100, 1,000 maybe. We also have heard of your perspective on overstaffing is slightly better than, having understaffed your organization. Now, what are the values and traits, essentially? So let's say if you were to restrict it to a top 3 or a top 5, that you would want to maintain in the culture of your organization, and you would want to suggest others to also maintain in their own cultures?
I'm going to seem like a parrot repeating myself, but I think the culture really is, the culture has to be buzzing. It has to be always celebrating freedom, which means celebrating failures as well, acknowledging failures. And therefore you create a safe environment. You have to create a safe environment, and you can only do that. I mean, literally acknowledging a failure, talking about it, extrapolating data of why it didn't work, rather than shunning it. Definitely not accusing someone of failing, and ensuring that the wins are always a team effort, as are the losses. And you have to talk again. I think communication is basically basically what I'm trying to center everything towards. Open communication at all times helps create this culture.
Giri, sir?
Yeah, a couple of books that I have read early on have had a significant influence as I went about working with and building a set of people. There's an extremely useful framework called the dysfunctions of a team. And I'm going to approach it from what you should not do to build good teams. So a couple of the pointers there is you have to first of all build a culture where people at least the team that you are working in, let's say the founder team now to build this thing, there has to be a culture of trust, right? You have to trust your co-founder to do hold his corner of the ring. If you have a co-founder and if he has owned a responsibility, or if you are that co-founder, then the trust is critical. That is what will actually drive, because you have to come together as a team and then you have to perform in this thing. This is one of the traits that you need to build in. The second is normally people have conflict avoidance. They do not want to tell something that will agitate or make the other person feel bad, to the extent that even if it's detrimental to the entire organization, they try to avoid the conflict. So you will need to replace that with a creative conflict thing where it again bases on trust, because if the other party trusts that you are and he are together, or he or she are together, then conflict avoidance comes down, because then you will be able to tell what is the right thing to do. If something is going wrong, you'll be able to talk about it. The other few things are that when you disagree, right, you will have to disagree but commit. It's extremely critical, because if there are 2-3 strong-willed people who consider themselves as co-founders or founders, there are extremely strong viewpoints on the table. Now, obviously, if there are conflicting viewpoints, you cannot continue to work on all of them. So the common saying of disagree but commit is also very critical. As a culture, a founding team will need to bring that in, without which you can't move forward. Especially if you're 2 people, then you have a 50% vote on that particular topic, and then you have this status there. You are paralyzed. You can't move forward. I think these are some of the things that teams need to bring in, apart from just to cover up the other 2 points. One is the avoidance of accountability, and the third one is the inattention to results. Attention only, focusing only on the effort and not being worried about the result portion, where you judge yourself fairly easily when it's judging for yourself and judge others poorly. So you will have to build in a culture of accountability to the results. That is also extremely useful. Now, some of these are cultural traits I believe a founding team should put in together to be able to build a good team. Now, if you build that within the founding team, there's an extremely good chance that it will percolate down, right? And that will what will set the culture, and that will what will set the values and practices for the organization.
Thank you so much, sir. The lovely thing is that we are getting to hear about so many nice frameworks, and it is making the fundamental principles much clearer in all of our heads. Now, coming from the fundamental principles to maybe a little bit of the implementational part, as teams are going remote, and obviously there are pros and cons of the same. We are getting access to global talent, but probably the social capital is falling down a little bit. Maybe the coffee breaks aren't happening as frequently as they would have happened in the physical offices. But people do use tools to maintain engagement. I also heard somewhere that to maintain remote teams, communication should be as well as redundant, that repeated as many times as possible. To maintain that communication, which has been especially a theme in Sanil's answers, how and which soft tools do you use, for project management, for communication, and what tools do you recommend to the audience members?
Okay, I'll take that thing. See, a few things, of course, now a lot of it is coming under the purview of what is termed as work tech. Earlier, it was HR tech, which was more employee focused, but this whole point of HR tech, collaboration tools, and measuring productivity is now being called as work tech. And work tech is taking center stage because almost all of us today are working remote. And this concept, it's more what is a work from office policy rather than what is a work from home policy that we were all trying to draft up until very recently. At least within our organization, a large number of tools are being used. We use a tool called River, which is basically a communication tool, a messaging tool, very similar to Slack, can do a lot of work in terms of asynchronous communication, in terms of, because you can't always do a Google Meet or a Teams kind of a thing and schedule a call and then talk to people. So asynchronous communication today, more than synchronous communication where you just walk up to a person in an office and ask something, these kind of tools like a Slack or a River or a Yammer are quite useful. We have been able to leverage them fairly extensively. Email to a large extent has gotten replaced with these tools. They are helping collaboration. Of course, this itself is an example of the Google Meets and the Microsoft Teams that have come through. We have also put in some tools that can help in feedback, because one of the things we believe would really help is people sharing feedback, especially positive feedback. Not to say that negative feedback should not be done, but if somebody is doing well, either giving an online badge or instantly recognizing them, thanking them for doing it, or spreading the word that you got help. These are also some tools that are that's helping us, that's put in place at our organization. I think these are some areas apart from the documentation management tools, a lot of things going online now. The entire, for example, the entire HR process of onboarding to recruitment to exits getting online. We believe these are all the changes or things that have gotten more into play in our organization as we are navigating this particular scenario.
I think just adding to, and I was actually taking notes of a few of these platforms myself, so it was really helpful. Just adding to this, we've seen that platforms like Notion that just help you be very real time about the kind of notes that you're taking or the feedback that you're giving as well. Or even for for us, our entire portfolio can use Notion and just see real time thoughts rather than always having to be on a call, because we're talking about remote work. We don't know what schedules everyone's in at all times. I think just using platforms like Calendly also helps just coordinate a little better. Here, the attribute of Notion or Calendly is really to be able to make, there's what happened when there was remote work is at least something that we observed is that you take up time just to coordinate. And these 2 minutes or 1 minute adds up to a really large amount of time over the week. And over the year, it's even larger, it's days. So what you have to really do is cut down that lag time, which is for mundane activities that don't really necessarily challenge you. The other element here is that we've realized that there are platforms like within our own portfolio, like a Huddle Up, that is only focusing on attrition reduction or retention management, and by creating safe chatbots, because you don't always want to talk to your managers or your team. So such platforms are really helping create a safety net and a safe zone of communication. And I think what you must have realized, and all of us must be seeing this on our LinkedIns and our respective networks, is people and teams are providing more, and it's a swag or a personalized gear of your company. You can be I'll give you this example where I'm holding a Huddle pen in my hand right now, and I think I always am connected with my organization. I could be sitting in the hills or any part of the world for that matter. So I think platforms like Swag Easy in India or Snappy in the US have actually done this really well, where every time there's any sort of feat, you're personalizing and giving that personal reward, so that at least you're trying to create as much of a safety net as possible. And I think the best testament of what happened is, I mean, look, our backgrounds right now make us seem like we're in the same place. So the whole job really is getting people to believe that you are remote, but only for the good bit of how effective you can be while being remote. You're still connected because you're still in the same environment. Yeah, I think there's still a lot to figure, but I think every day we're learning something that we're doing wrong and therefore something right.
Absolutely, and the best part is that it also ties up very well to the talks that we did about engagement and making people feel recognized. You also mentioned some tools through which we can do that. So I think all of us are making rapid notes here. To come back to a few of the audience questions that we have been asked. So guys who stayed tuned, now is the time that you really feel that you're being rewarded. So Ishan has asked, how do startups hire experienced employees and retain them? As most of the time, they are not ready to join a startup easily. I think it ties down to the level of comfort that they have with the current organization, because obviously that's also providing some great benefits, plus the monetary compensation, of course. So you want to take that up?
I mean, I'll very quickly jump on that. I think a large part of bringing on board the team is your ability to tell the story of what you're building. Is nothing else to really show in the early days, apart from, I mean, assuming you don't have early traction. It is your conviction, and it's also their role. I think when you're onboarding a team, it's not only about telling them the story, but also hearing what they feel they can do with your organization, so to make it their organization as well. So it's a lot of listening that helps create hiring. I've personally seen this. When you literally are hiring someone, but you hear them out and give them that lending ear, they know they're in a position where they will be able to build alongside you.
I fully agree with what Sunil said. I don't have much to add at that point, because at a startup you have only your vision to sell. So I think that's absolutely critical. The other portion, as also said, was that you have to sell the role, because in a larger company, freedom and the breadth of the role, what you can do, the impact that you can deliver, these are all much better and more visible and larger in a startup. So I believe these are definitely areas of, not everybody is startup ready, not everybody will be ready to hop onto this train and go wherever it takes it. There are a lot of people who look for that excitement, are at certain stages in their life where they're okay to board that train. So you will also need to look for those kind of people. The belief that every person that you pitch to will join may not be useful. I don't think you will need to move way beyond it, because you will also need to very quickly look for a culture fit, whether this journey, not just the job, but this model of working is also what they would like to do. So I think it's a combination of these, and that's what you'll need to look for when you're looking to hire people from larger organizations onto your company.
Thank you, sir, for adding that. And this is also particularly helpful for me, because I'm also hiring a CTO right now. People in the audience, you can also help me out. Great advertisement at the right time. So coming to the next question. This is Mr. Shiv Challa asking us, my criteria for a co-founder is to invest a percentage and to take a stake. I started as a solo entrepreneur. Is this criteria okay, or any other mantra? So from this, what I get is that, they probably want a higher commitment, and hence he wants, a person to take up an equity percentage, maybe not so much on the money side of things initially. What's your take on that, sir? Giri, sir, maybe you can start this one.
I really don't have a hard rule. At least at the co-founder level, it's a lot about the two people, the personal chemistry, what value the other party brings to this particular role, what could be their contribution, not just today, but going forward. Many of these things play a role. If you believe the other person is as important in terms of the skill sets, in terms of the role, in terms of the contribution that they bring in, then an equal stake is where you start. But then depending, as I said, there is no rule there. It will have to be around a particular situation. Again, the second point is we may want somebody to do something, but whether they have the money, a percentage stake may not always be about the money that they invest. It could be, but it could also be about what they bring to the team. So you will need to weigh in not just the money portion. You'll need to weigh in some amount of money, some amount of value, and then you'll have to make an attribution. That's what comes to my mind when I look at that question.
No, I completely agree on that last point. What Mr. Grease said, you have, it's, if you're bringing on board a founder, you've got to have the ability. I mean, to bring on board a founder, don't be limited to just bringing on board capital. Don't treat your founder as the investor. Them putting in a little bit of capital will not create that additional skin in the game, and it does. Don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be a make or break, is what we're trying to state. So that being said, it also depends when you're bringing on board the founder, right? Assume your business does not require an investor right now. You consciously don't want to raise capital. Then I think that conversation has to be comfortable enough to state that there are certain operating costs you want to share, and proportionately as per the stake that the founder has, they should be willing to share it. Again, if they can't and you still want them, that means you value them for the value that they bring, then rather in kind rather than in monetary means. The last bit, and I think this is just subjective to not really this question, but for any early stage founder, is when you're building a team, don't be stingy with your ESOPs. Do not be stingy with your employee stock options. Be open to sharing it. Employee stock options have to get vested. That means you have the right team and they vest over time, and you've built a bloody good institution. So please hold on to the team members and not your ESOP in your creation. I'm just sharing this because in the early days, it's always the team. And the only thing that they have is the value that they create with the ownership that they have.
Yeah, so not holding on to the stock options and holding on to the right talent is the mantra. Thank you so much, Sanil sir and Giri sir, on the behalf of AIC BIMTECH and all the audience members, for answering all our questions and for helping us figure out how to build a team. For me as a moderator and as a startup founder, it was very useful. I'm very sure that it was for the audience as well. And on behalf of all the audience members, I hope I can take that liberty to thank AIC BIMTECH for organizing this lovely session. It was a great learning experience and a fun evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the participants of this chat for accepting our invitation on being so supportive. First and foremost, I would like to thank Mr. Sanil Sachar for his insights. My sincere appreciation to Mr. Girish Raoji sir for enlightened words. Furthermore, I'm grateful to Aditya, one of our incubatee, for moderating this chat and putting together a fantastic set of questions about team building. I would like to thank our host institute, Birla Institute of Management Technology, as well our 90 corporate partners and academic partners. A special thanks to our session partners, our outreach partner, and our hosting partner, Zoom. Finally, thank you to our session partner, GL Bajaj Institute of Management. Stay connected for our next panel discussion on prototype development and support by stakeholder. Panel discussion with speakers from prominent organizations like MSME, Mr. Binamra Mishra sir is joining, and Snapdeal, Less Venture, and one of our team members, Abhinav, will be joining for the same session. Thank you, Sanil sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for having us.
Session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Binamra sir, most welcome. Over to you, Anil.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anmol Chaturvedi, and on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to thank everyone for attending this panel discussion on prototype development and stakeholder support. If you have just arrived, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the second edition of Amalgam, a 4-day international convention dedicated to connecting entrepreneurial stakeholders. As previously stated, this event is special for us because it commemorates Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH's 4th anniversary. Following numerous emails, LinkedIn posts, WhatsApp messages, and tweets, we have finally gathered here to connect startups, aspiring entrepreneurs, and startup ecosystems major stakeholders. As a part of this panel discussion, we have speakers from prominent institutions and organizations such as Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Snapdeal, Venture Catalyst, and Velocity One. Now, I would like to welcome and introduce Mr. Ravi Ranjan, who will be leading and moderating this session. Mr. Ravi Ranjan is an entrepreneur, startup expert, two-time TEDx speaker, and alumnus of International Visitors Leadership Program, IVLP, a premier professional exchange program run by United States Department of State. Ravi sir has over 10 years of experience assisting startups, entrepreneurs, and the government of India in solving problems through entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation. His expertise lies across sectors such as entrepreneurship, angel investment, venture capital, early stage ventures, government relations, global startup ecosystem, business incubators, operations, events, and media. He's a regular speaker at startup events across India and as a regular speaker and mentor at top technology and management institute in India, such as IIT, IIM, and NIT. Thank you, Ravi sir, for joining us today. Over to you to take this session forward and introduce our distinguished panelists.
Thanks a lot for that really kind introduction, Anmol. Coming to this event feels like coming to my second home. AIC BIMTECH has been a very, very regular place, and I must first take the opportunity to congratulate the entire team of AIC BIMTECH led by my dear friend Anilji. For the past many years, including especially the lockdown time, we have done some very interesting activities, not only for the domestic startups, but also for various international delegations from various countries across the world. AIC BIMTECH has taken the leadership position, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. Today marks a very special day. We are talking about a very interesting topic, and we have some very interesting speakers today as well coming in. But first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to to thank AIC BIMTECH for giving me this opportunity to moderate this very interesting session. As you must have witnessed in the previous session and sessions before that, and some of the sessions which are going to come, the objective is to talk about how, as an entrepreneur, you can build your startup, take it to the next level, and get all the support which is available, not only from AIC BIMTECH, but from also the multiple ecosystem enablers and partners across the country. Now, we are going to move ahead and I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to the next event, which is prototype development and support by stakeholders. Here we are going to talk about some very interesting opportunities from various organizations. So you will hear from the speaker what are the different schemes available from their organization, and then we are also going to talk about some of the interesting case studies which these experts are going to share with all of us today. I now take this opportunity to invite the first speaker for the day, Mr. Vinamra Mishra. Mr. Mishra is a Director of Technical and Projects at the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. He is an officer belonging to the Indian Railway Services of the Mechanical Engineering IRSME Government of India. He has anchored some very extremely aided programs of the ministry with multilateral organizations such as World Bank, ADB, KFW, AIIB, NDB, UNIDO, GIZ, etc. for over $8,000 million. These are aimed at improving the competitiveness of MSMEs and the institutional architecture of MOMSME. He was a nodal officer for flagship programs of the Ministry of Technological Upgradation, the Zero Defect, Zero Effect Scheme, ZED, Digital MSME, Incubation Scheme, IPR Scheme, Design SME, and Lean Manufacturing for the MSMEs. Mr. Mishra, thank you so much for taking our time from a busy schedule and joining us. If you'd like to just say hello to the audience before we move.
Thank you, Ravi, and thank you everyone for having me here. And with BIMTECH, I've been attached previously also in their previous discussions and webinars. It is always a very interesting way in which we kind of interact with all the startups and the young entrepreneurs, and also the people who are who have a bent of innovation and designing. So it's a pleasure as always to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We have our next expert, Mr. Vikram Gupta. Mr. Gupta is a technology leader with over 18 years of technology experience in designing and delivering internet scale enterprise applications and leading large technology teams. Mr. Gupta is currently working with Snapdeal as a director of technology and leading key technical initiatives at the organization level. In the past, Mr. Gupta has worked for multiple IT multinationals and Fortune 500 clients, including Sapient, Goldman Sachs, KPMG, RBC, and many more. He has led technology teams for projects with a transaction value of over $1 billion. Mr. Gupta is also an ex-entrepreneur. He founded an edtech startup called Merit Road and made a really good exit in 2020, after which he started his corporate journey again. Mr. Gupta, thank you so much for taking our time and joining us today.
Thank you, Ravi. First of all, I would like to thank AIC BIMTECH for having me in this event. It's an honor for me and a privilege too. And secondly, I want to congratulate AIC BIMTECH for completing 4 years in this mission of promoting the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship. Hats off to the team. In some ways, I have been connected with this team early in the past also. And I always have a very, warm, comfort level with the team. So hats off to the team and, great work, guys. Yeah, thank you once again.
Sure, really wonderful, really appreciate. We have our next speaker, Mr. Abhinav Singh Rawat. Mr. Rawat is currently part of the AIC BIMTECH team, and he would be joining us today to share his expertise. Mr. Rawat, if you can take a minute to quickly talk about your previous experience, that'll be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi sir, for introducing me. I am basically representing AIC BIMTECH from perspective of what we try to do for the prototype development and at the initial stages how to support the startups, and that is the perspective. So rather than a speaker, I'm going to be more of an active listener and learn from the dignitaries who have joined in. So that's going to be my role. And thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We have a very interesting topic today where we're going to talk about prototype development and support by stakeholders. Stakeholders are mentors, investors, various organizations who support startup initiatives. Let me start by the context. Many years ago, way back in 2010, when I started working with the Indian startup ecosystem, I was working at New Delhi with Indian Angel Network, which is a very early stage investment network in India. I remember I was in the room when some of the very interesting companies were getting funded. Companies like Zomato, Oyo Rooms, etc. At that point of time, it was very difficult for an entrepreneur to come and build a venture. So either you are a senior professional who has spent a lot of time working in an IT company in the US or any of the Western country, and you're now in India, you have some seed capital you can start, because at that point of time, getting support from most of the people was very difficult, including your own family. Today, fast forward to 2022, we have so many initiatives available, and I'm very fortunate that I have had an opportunity to be part of all of this. From there to today, when we have something like Shark Tank, where people are talking about startups in bedroom discussions. That's really interesting, and I had this really great opportunity to work with Sony TV to bring this very famous show to India. I saw on the show and also during the process, every single startup in the country has access to mentors, number one. There's so much capital available. If you're a good company, honestly, investors are waiting with checkbook ready to invest money in that company. And then you have, access to incubators, accelerators. You have so many technology companies such as Amazon, Google, who are all there to support. Today, we are going to emphasize on how, as a startup, when you're starting for the first time, or maybe you might be starting second time, how crucial it is to get support from stakeholders and how can you grow further on that. I have my first agenda point, which I would like to highlight, where I would like to invite first thoughts from Mr. Mishra. Mr. Mishra, if you can talk about some of the schemes which are available at your organization level or in your network, which all the startups and aspiring entrepreneurs who have joined today can take advantage of. Mr. Mishra, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ravi. In fact, you've set the agenda very beautifully. And yes, I think the coming specific to the today's discussion of how we are into this space of supporting the entrepreneurs, how are we kind of going to project things as far as our projects and our products and prototypes are concerned, so as to kind of take the initiative, take the as you said, the funding is available. The funding is available. The access to that funding through our way of presenting our points, our schemes, and our products is the way the entrepreneurs must be kind of making their application or the entire portrayal of their product, so that they are able to kind of get that access to funding. I've been on the other side of it, because I've been in my previous last year financial year, we have been assessing a lot of ideas, because our one of the schemes of the Ministry of MSME of Government of India, we have the design intervention, where we partnered with all the IITs, IIC Bangalore, NIT, and ID, and where we are actually into prototype development, into enhancement of product designs, and then supporting them with financial assistance from the Government of India. And so we were on the other side of assessing the applications that were received, so that we are able to kind of provide that funding to them. So what we were actually looking for, as far as these proposals were concerned, these applications were concerned. And so this is of some value to the people who are listening through the World Wide Web today in this event. The first and the most important thing is that your product or prototype has to solve certain kind of very niche problems, which is going to serve a purpose. So the problem statement has to be very, very clear. You have to be very clear in your head as to what is the problem statement, and your product or your idea, what is it supposed to do to that problem. So once you've understood the problem, half the problem is solved, in the sense that yes, now you can really direct your energy, your idea, your capacities and capabilities into developing something which is going to solve those problems. So talking of the MSMEs specifically, because MSMEs currently constitute about 99% of all the industrial entities, both in service and manufacturing sector in the country. And they are facing a lot of problems. So the four verticals in which you can divide these problems are access to credit, access to technology, access to infrastructure, and maybe grievance redressal and similar such activities. So you have to, so grievance redressal is one part of it, but developing a financial product, developing a technological or technical product, or developing a product which is going to mitigate their infrastructural requirement, because the MSMEs are typically with low margins, with very little profit, and their working capital is only as much as to suffice for the next supply, so to say. So they are very, very frugal in terms of spending expenditure of money and that capital expenditure also. So you have to think on those lines. You have to actually understand the problem statement that way. So that is one. Then you have to be really innovative. I mean, as I said earlier also in one of our previous discussions, India is the perfect place at the moment if you are an entrepreneur or an innovator, because as you, even Ravi, you mentioned that you have the innovators now have some technical supports. They have the checks ready, the finances are ready. All you have to do is to innovate things. And by innovation, we really don't mean anything exactly out of this world. You can really do a little improvisation on an existing product, on an existing design, and here you have a very innovative kind of a new product, which is although an improvisation of a previous product, but then the entire gamut of the things are, so to say, limited. Although only sky is the limit as far as various innovations are concerned, but then you cannot be out of world as far as innovation is concerned. So I also kind of call upon the innovators to actually also think in terms of having an improvisation on the existing products and existing designs and existing ideas. That is an innovation again. But then if you've clearly kind of demonstrated your innovation in a very new kind of a way, that is when that half the deal done. But then if you have some improvisations done to an existing product or an existing idea, that also is an innovation. But then you have to then we come to the third part, which is the effect or the replicability or the social and financial effect of that idea or that product. So that is the third most important thing that we kind of assess or judge in a prototype or a innovation, where we say that yes, even if it is clearly not having a financial output or outcome, but then there is something social or non-intangible or abstract value also attached to it. So I think these three are the way in which if you can develop or customize your product, your proposal, I think your proposals are going to go through as far as the funders are concerned.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot. I think that was really insightful, sharing all those perspectives, Mr. Mishra. I really appreciate this. I would like to invite Mr. Gupta now. I have a different but a very important question. As a first-time entrepreneur, today a lot of startups struggle from this dilemma, between the fundamental difference of a product and a service. At the same time, while building a product is challenging, there's a lot of commitment both in terms of time, technology, and finances. Services is something which people can start immediately and you can start having revenue quickly. But in long term, a technology product specifically is very important because one of the best example is Zoom. How Zoom has been created, or for example, Snapdeal, how Snapdeal has been created. It takes a lot of time to build something like that, but it is really important for a startup to understand the fundamental difference between a service business and a product business. Can you, from your experience previously working with organizations such as Sapient and etc., and now working with a tech product companies like Snapdeal, what would be the fundamental differences? And as an entrepreneur, what should I keep in mind when I'm building a product business or a service business, Mr. Gupta?
So the first fundamental difference is what you already mentioned, Ravi, that in service, if you're building a service-based startup, right, you start getting revenues quite early in the stage. But if you are in product-based startup, it's a slightly longish journey, right? You will have to put in relatively higher amount of investment, both in terms of time and money, to be able to see the fruits. The other fundamental thing which I want to talk about, Ravi, is let's first understand the difference between the prototype, MVP, and I would say POC, because I think a lot of people basically get confused with these three terms and try to use these three terms quite interchangeably, right? So, and I'm going to talk about based on my 19 years of experience, right? So, basically, a product is something I'll say a prototype is something, is an entity that we build, which gives the visual elements to the product or an idea. So you have an idea, right? Now you want to explain it to the world, to the team, to the customers, or to your internal audience, how that product is going to actually look like. So that is what is called a prototype, where you will essentially design the components, how customers are going to interact with the product. Then comes the POC part. In fact, POC is something that actually comes before prototype. Now, POC is essentially a version of the product where a team or a startup checks the technical feasibility of an idea, right? So obviously a POC has to precede, once we have an idea, it should first be validated through a POC, and then it should go for a prototype. And obviously once these things are in place, once we have prototypes, which are signed off by various product teams, by various business team, which is where the third stage comes, wherein you start building MVP. Now, what is MVP? MVP is essentially a version of the product which only has the core features to test the hypothesis of an idea. So you obviously have to take into consideration the fundamental user experience concepts, right? How, whether is user able to really interact with the system, and the important thing is, at this stage, your product has to be marketable, right? And you should be able to essentially gauge the demand in the product market fit. So that is what defines MVP. So basically, if you have an idea, the first thing that comes is the POC, then you have prototype, and then it is followed by MVP. Ravi, yeah.
That's really wonderful. Thank you so much for explaining that, and also kind of really, differentiating between both of them. Abhinav, I would like to invite you and request you to share your thoughts on the partner ecosystem. Today, as I spoke earlier, there are so many partners available, both in terms of technology partners such as Amazon Web Services, DigitalOcean, Google Cloud, etc., etc. On one side, we have banking partner. Almost all the verticals are really excited about startup, and they are very keen to support all of them. I see on the background of all the AIC members, we have multiple partners, including Government of India. If you can emphasize a little bit about on the partner ecosystem, that'll be really, really great, Abhinav.
Definitely. So actually, I mean, this particular ecosystem has been very kind in this regard, that the partners come very easily and with very open hearts to support each other. That has definitely been one of the learnings that I've had since I've been in the ecosystem. And as an incubator, it has been fairly easy for us to provide that initial, set of support as far as the partner and the partner ecosystem is concerned. So for a very simple example that I can give is for the prototype development, and even for during the time of the idea validation, the startup needs a lot of money, funds to reach their first few steps. And I think this differs basically from the perspective of whether the product is a hardware product or is an IT product, but still, nonetheless, there is some infusion of capital which is required. The partners in this scenario, like you mentioned, be it AWS, be it Microsoft Azure, and many like them, have very graciously joined hands to support the startups at an initial stage, so that these costs can be negated to a certain extent. The cost of starting something up from the scratch, or getting to the stage of prototype, it can be minimized as much as possible. And that ecosystem has been able to be built up only because multiple intents around the development of this particular ecosystem has been a very common theme. Even if we talk about the banks, we recently have been interacting with a lot of banks who are very keen on understanding the startup ecosystem better, and also to target their own services in a more efficient way for the startup, so that their success percentage increases. So I think we are right now in a position where the partners are in a very collaborative way, inching their way forward for the success of the startups. Yeah.
Wonderful. Really appreciate that. I have the next thought, which is very crucial for startups who are building their prototype. It's a two-part question. I would invite first Mr. Mishra to talk about the first part, and then Mr. Gupta for the second part. Mr. Mishra, today, when we talk about prototype development, I'll request Vikramji to share more about the software side, but I am requesting your expertise primarily on the hardware or any product which is touch and feel. I'll share one example before we go into the question. I was approached by a startup around 4.5 years ago, started by 4 college students who came together. In fact, they were recently on the Shark Tank, and they became very popular on the show. While that popularity was very evident, but 4.5 years ago when they reached out to me, they had no idea how to do it. So they wanted to build a hardware product which is made in India, for consumption in India, and eventually for the world. But there was no infrastructure available to develop a hardware solution which is built keeping in mind IoT, multiple software layer, and also hardware layers which can interact with the software. So my question to you, Mishra ji, is what are some of the initiatives available? Or let's put it in this way: if I'm a startup building a hardware product in India, how can I go to get that support where I can build my first prototype? Because I need to show people that this is what I'm trying to talk about. On a presentation, everything looks nice, but when you start making things in reality, just to share one more example, one of the startup team from India was selected by Hyperloop Global for the global competition, and they were supposed to visit Los Angeles for a demonstration. While they were working in India to build their prototype, it took them more than a year, and also at the end, they were not able to go to the event because last minute challenges with logistics. So a lot of challenges are available while there are so many schemes available. To summarize my question, as a hardware entrepreneur, what are the initiatives available and what is the best step for me to build my first prototype, Mishra ji?
Thank you very much, Ravi. I think specifically for hardware and interventions as far as developing a product or a prototype, as when it comes to hardware, and it not only involves the software and the other application part or the software screen, but it also has to have the brick and mortar solution as far as the development of that product is concerned. Clearly, in India, we are really lagging behind as far as provision of such facilities which can give them support as far as fabrication is concerned, as such as the general engineering like die and mold making is concerned. So, if you want to typically create a cap of a toothpaste, it involves a lot of molding design and pressure injection and molding injections, and then the setup is really few and far in between. Just to put things in perspective, a country like say Germany, it has one technology. There are technology centers who are there to support for the hardware interventions, for providing the machining, the fabrication, the injection molding, the die making part of it. So typically, an entity in Germany where these technology centers are there. So technology center is to these entities. The ratio is around 1 is to every 5,000 such entity. So and in India it is actually close to 1 is to about 2.5 lakhs. So we are talking in terms of 20 times or even 25 times, 50 times more entities per technology centers, which are meant for these purposes of providing these harder interventions for the product development. And therefore, I would like to here indicate a few schemes or a few ways in which the product makers, the innovators can actually assess these. So for the MSME ministry and similarly for also for industries, the ministries like DST and others, there are these technology centers in place like textile also, where the harder intervention and support as far as fabrication is concerned is given. And in the under the aegis of Ministry of MSME, we have close to about 18 technology centers already in function. There are another 15 of them which are going to be set up through the World Bank intervention, and about 6 or 7 out of these 15 have already been set up. In about 2 years timeline, the remaining 15 would also come in existence. And there is this very aspirational project of Government of India of setting 20 larger technology centers and 100 extension centers as hub and spoke model to these 20 technology centers. So then it is going to have a greater outreach as far as support for technological interventions for these hardware manufacturing and hardware prototype manufacturing. As I say this, I would like to also use this platform. This is beside this topic because this is a very, very important event is going to take place tomorrow morning in Vigyan Bhavan, our Ministry of MSME, and I as the program in charge for this. So we are launching the MSME Innovative Program, which is an amalgamation of MSME Incubation, MSME Design, and MSME IPR scheme. As our host institution and business incubator partner, BIMTECH, I would request BIMTECH as to also come over, join our webcast which starts at 11 tomorrow. And our Minister of MSME, he's going to launch it physically in Vigyan Bhavan at 11 tomorrow. This is going to, we hope that this is going to be a game changer as far as innovation is concerned, because apart from the fact that it has direct financial assistances for ideas, for design and prototyping and IPR protection, it also has the seed capital support, which is investment as part of equity in the in MSMEs, up to 80% and up to 1 crore upper limit. So 80% of 1 crore into the MSME for making them commercially viable and financially more stable for as far as going ahead of these innovation and new startups are concerned. So I would request all of you all to, we will be sharing the YouTube and the Facebook link to be present there. And with also the World Bank supporting our program, we the future as far as the MSME ecosystem is concerned, and all the innovators who are into innovating for the MSMEs are really are going to have a very golden period, because we are now going to increase the quantum of support to the next level. So I would think that it is a great opportunity for you all. So I would request every one of you to kindly join the event tomorrow. And also, Ravi, I would like to take your leave, because a lot of things are to be done for tomorrow's work. And since I've been part of the BIMTECH team previously also, so I came up on this discussion today. But I would like to take your leave, and please consolidate all the questions which are meant for me. I'll definitely be answering all of them in due course. But I would take your leave as of now, and wish our team and our Ministry of MSME luck for a good launch tomorrow, so that we can continue working for the innovators and entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate Mishra ji taking our time, and maybe I would like to invite Anmol or Anil ji from the BIMTECH team to say a thank you note to Vinamra ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vinam sir, for providing such detailed insights into the support being provided by Ministry of MSME through various schemes and initiatives.
Thank you so much. We move on to the next.
Thank you, Vinam sir, for joining. Sorry, Ravi sir, interrupting you, but it's our pleasure to host you, sir, again and again. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to working as host institutions together. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Vikramji, I have my next question for you. If you could share some examples you would like to quote or mention in terms of prototype development and support by stakeholders, Vikramji.
Are you, Ravi, I think you're referring to probably the tools that are largely being used around the development of prototypes, right? So obviously there's always a question that spirals in the market, like which is the best available tool for building any digital prototype, right? And honestly, there's no easy answer, because the merit of any prototype tool, and when I say prototype, I'm talking about specifically the software prototype or the digital prototype, right? So the merit of any prototype tool depends on primarily 4 factors. The first factor is the factor of versatility, like what all are the features that are there in that tool which can largely support the build up of the prototype. The second is the cost. Obviously, the lower the cost of that tool is, the better it is for any enterprise or any startup. The third factor obviously is the collaboration, right? Which happens to be one of the most important factor in today's world, because in today's world, be it enterprises or startups, like the teams are geographically distributed and they want to collaborate, across geography. So this third factor is very important, collaboration. And lastly, the future readiness, right? So whether a certain tool is future ready, that's the fourth point. So, and if you ask me some of the examples that we have today, so there's a tool called Figma, FIGMA, which happens to be a very in thing right now as far as digital prototypes are concerned. The price point may not be that low, but it is future ready. The versatility factor is very high, and it's very easy for geographically distributed teams to collaborate. Similarly, there's something called Webflow. Well, that may not be as useful where teams are geographically distributed, but the price point is slightly reasonable as compared to the first one, which is Figma. And then you have something called Balsamic, and there's something called Adobe XD. There are multiple tools in the market, but as I said, Ravi, to basically decide the merit of any tool, a startup will have to reason out of those 4 factors which factor really matters to them, and basis that factor they will have to decide which tool really meets the requirement. But as I said, to name few, we have Figma, Balsamic, you have Adobe XD, Webflow, and many others. And of course, not to say that there have been some legacy, I won't say legacy, but tools which have been in the system for quite many years, almost decades, like Microsoft Visio. They still happen to have their own space. Like all the big enterprises, or the large scale enterprises, they already have licenses for those tools. Obviously, they don't want to get rid of them, right? So obviously that tool continues to stay or make space in large enterprises. But if you talk about startups, obviously the tool which I earlier mentioned seems to be very, very pocket friendly and very easy to learn also. Yeah, Ravi.
Wonderful. Very interesting insights. I know some of the platforms like Balsamic and etc. which you mentioned, and a lot of startups are using. I have a follow-up question on that, if that's all right with you.
Sure.
Vikramji. 15 to 20 years ago, it was very difficult to build something like Amazon. But today, what is so interesting is that Amazon has actually laid out all the resources available. So as a startup, I have access to the same library which Amazon uses or Snapdeal uses, and I can do it. How can I be smart enough to pick up the best resources, and how can I find guides such as people like you who can give me insights on, listen, Ravi, these are 5 plug and play solutions you can bring them together to build a chatbot, or these are some of the solutions available, you can use them to build your first mobile application. So basically the question is that most of the resources are available to both enterprise B2B large organizations as well as a very young startup. How can the startups can take advantage of the technology which is very powerful but available at a very affordable or maybe sometimes complementary pricing as well?
So Ravi, again, for this question also, there's no easy answer. The evaluation has to be on case-by-case basis. And to take the example, of chatbot, right now, if you talk about AI chatbot companies, there'll be like the companies probably will be in triple digits, right? Not even double digit, right? But if you go about evaluating those companies on the face, all of them look very similar. But the moment you start, drilling down into the requirements, first of them obviously is the cost factor. Very, very important thing. On the face, everything looks like, oh, this is cheap, your boss is there. But really, when you go deep down, you will understand maybe the price point per message is going to be very, very high once you scale up again. So obviously the price point is, so even let's say about AWS or Azure, any cloud solution, right? Since the startups start on a very low volume, the prices do not matter so much. But once the startups becomes huge, right? Usually the pattern is then people start developing something in-house, or they try to have, let's say, hybrid structure where they have some components deployed in their on-premise infrastructure and some of them on let's say public cloud such as AWS or Azure. But as I said, the evaluation has to be on case-by-case basis. You really have to list down all the factors which matters to you. Let's say price being one of the factors, or whether you want, let's say, talking about AI chatbot only, right? Obviously NLP is very important, but which vendors NLP is important, right? You will have to find out, and let me tell you, every vendor will have its own meritocracy as far as NLP is concerned, right? Then you will obviously have to find out once your startup scales up, right? Or let's say you start hitting, who knows, a lakh of conversations per day from customers on your AI chatbot. You have to, so you'll have to see, which vendor essentially gives you a better price point, right? So, and whether even that vendor is scalable or not, right? Because every vendor may not be able to scale to, let's say, a lakh of conversations in a day. So as I said, you will have to list down all your requirements, and basis that you will have to, decide which vendor is best. But as I said, if you are a, let's say, mostly a B2B startup, then the volume may not be huge. So obviously you will have to probably pick something which doesn't really matter on a high load. But if you are more of a B2C company, then obviously your factors are a little different. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that. Abhinav, I have a next question for you. Just allow me 1 second, please. When we talk about prototype development, at the early stage ecosystem, which is incubator and accelerator, there are a lot of seed grants and schemes which are available. If you'd like to highlight some of them, that'll be really helpful.
Sure. So basically, for each incubator or accelerator, the funds that they give at an initial stage, the sources can be different. Many a times, the incubator or the accelerator has their own funds which they would like to invest. They have their own seed fund created, maybe by the help of a host institute or whomsoever the governing body is. As far as the incubation centers and accelerators, which are state supported or central government supported, they usually fall under a scheme. So, for example, at this point of time, because as an incubator, we are a part of the AIM, Atal Innovation Mission, we do have a mandate of providing seed fund, though it comes from the third or the fourth year since our operation. So it's a total kitty of 1 CR which we can invest. Similarly, right now, the fund which is the talk of the town, which Honorable Prime Minister launched last year in Jan, which is talking about Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. Now, that is something which is right now being trickled down to the startups through so many incubators across the country. And we ourselves are, in the next 3 years, are able to shell out total amount to the tune of 5 CR. Now, I think roughly, there is no differentiation or demarcation about it, but again, majority of it is something which can be given for prototype development. There is the mandate which the government is pushing to, also fund the startups who are yet not startups with a product or with a service. So, there is definitely a push from across the stakeholders, specifically government, who is trying to make this a level playing field for early stage startups, and so are the incubators and accelerators, which are doing things at their own pace. But it more depends on, again, as we are talking about, what is the idea? So is it a hardware idea? Is it an IT idea? And the support structure, even funding, is available in respect to that.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot. I have my next and the last question for Vikramji before we take some of the attendee questions, because time is kind of running out. What have been the major differences and learnings in terms of working on prototype development, since you have experience of building your own venture, and on the other side you have worked with large enterprises such as Goldman Sachs and now Snapdeal? If you can just highlight this point, that'll be very helpful, Vikramji. Thank you.
Sure, Ravi. So, see, there's a huge difference when we develop these prototypes in startups versus established organizations or big enterprises. So, if you are an early stage startup, obviously you won't have many stakeholders to which through which you need to get a sign off, right? So let's think of, let's say, a startup which is just a year old, right? Probably they'll have a team of, say, still in double digit, and they will not even have a product team fully matured, right? So some of the prototype that is developed by, let's say, a prototype designer or a UI UX designer is going to be largely looked into by a senior person or maybe a CEO, and that this once CEO gives a sign off, or a mature, a senior person from product gives a sign off, it's all right. It goes to the developer development team, and the developers can start building that thing in the product, right? So basically, from the ideation of a module to time to market in a startup is fairly fast, right? But when you talk about relatively bigger enterprises, the cycle is quite long, because there are multiple stakeholders involved, right? So in large enterprises, obviously, there will be a prototype designer who is going to design the product, but he will have to get multiple rounds of feedback from the product team, and multiple rounds of feedback also from the business operations team to come up with a final version of the prototype, which is not an easy thing to get. So basically, for a prototype designer to get a sign off from a product and business is not an easy thing. So obviously, because it's a multiple round of iterations, it takes quite a longer time to get those sign-offs, and it involves a lot of heated discussions. Also, it's not so smooth as it usually it is seen in startups. But yeah, once that sign-off is received from the product, obviously, it is the signed off prototype is handed over to development team for for their usual development. Yeah, I think that is one fundamental difference, Ravi, that comes to my mind.
Thanks a lot. Really appreciate that. We have some questions coming from the attendees. I'm going to take maybe just one or two questions here. I have the first question for. This is a question from a startup called AirBuddy. They are developing an organic air purifier, and they're at a stage of developing MVP. And being a capital-intensive startup, they require a lot of initial funding for R&D. While this question was for MSME fund availability, but Vikramji and Abhinav, both of you, if you can just share your perspective for a startup like AirBuddy, what can be the best opportunity to get access to this early stage R&D fund, which can be in form of a grant, or it can also come from an accelerator program, or maybe from a early stage investment network who would like to invest in this company, because we all understand air pollution is a real problem. The northern India is currently facing huge challenges, and there's a huge opportunity. But when you look at the air purifier, the availability, majority of it is Chinese imported from outside, which comes with the supply chain and logistics issues. So it is a great opportunity, but how can we support such a startup at an early stage? Abhinav, if you'd like to start, and then Vikramji, your thoughts on that.
Sure. So to answer this question, I mean, as far as the scheme, this particular viewer is talking about is something which is going to be announced tomorrow. So we'll have more clarity on it regarding how it is going to function, or how is it going to roll out, hopefully by tomorrow. And then we'll have more clarity on it. But again, looking at it from another perspective, and this is an approach that we at AIC BIMTECH have been continuously trying to crack, is what we call, the programs that are being run in collaboration with corporates, right? So what happens is, there is the sandbox approach, which are right now being taken in by corporates, where they have very specific set of problems, and they want young startups to come in and solve those things. Air pollution is one of the key problems that, as you mentioned, Northern India is facing, and there are many corporates who are right now eyeing, startups who are working specifically in this direction. We have been visited by some in the past, and these corporations, they have their own internal programs. Like, I think earlier in today's session, we were visited by Mr. Rohan Chatwal from MAIL, right? The Maruti powered accelerator, which they have their own accelerator program. In a similar way, these different corporates are actually running their own programs, which are specifically and intrinsically focusing on such problems, and are trying to develop solutions out of it. Maybe that would be a right fitment, because in that case, you will not only get access to necessarily to funding per se, but to the infrastructure which is primarily required to produce such a solution. Usually capital, capital is required to kind of garner all those infrastructure things which are missing out and which usually are leveraged at a very large scale in the development of something which is in general related to hardware. So such components, such stakeholders always come in and play a very crucial role. So I think that is one of the directions which can be looked into.
Wonderful. Vikramji, I have a question specific to prototype. I think I would like to ask that question to you because of summarize that question pretty well. Or if you'd like to add anything, feel free. But I'm going to read out this question from Sanjay Devan, where Sanjay is asking if you can share some examples of a prototype for a B2B service startup. How to build a prototype for a B2B service startup, Vikramji?
Um, so I think the question I see is, can you give us an example of a prototype for a B2B service startup, right? So there are multiple examples. I think the example that we took, Ravi, just a while back, AI chatbot, right? That's a B2B startup. So AI bot is not something that a consumer so an individual is gonna use, right? So let's say AIC BIMTECH wants to put an AI chatbot on their website, right? So obviously, they're going to approach a vendor which is providing that solution. So that's one of the examples of a B2B startup. Let's talk about another B2B startup, right? Idea, right? So let's say, let's talk about customer service, right? So if I call a customer service of any entity, say Zomato, Swiggy, any company, right? Whenever a customer agent, a live agent picks up that call, right? He will have to follow a certain customer journey, or we call it decision tree, to ask like what are the fundamental things that he needs to ask. So he basically has to go through a workflow, right? So again, we call it like a customer journey in enterprises. So even we have a lot of vendors in the market which are actually building this B2B customer journey solution, right? Again, this is not something that an individual customer would be asking for, right? It's not a food service or anything service which you might just want. This is essentially a B2B service, which any organization is going to just use that product to just streamline their their existing customer experience when the person is reaching out to a certain company, their customer service number, right? So these are the two examples, and then n number of examples. Like, so anything which is not B2C is going to be largely B2B, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Great, wonderful. I have another question from Deepak. I think we'll take this as the last question. Can a CEO who comes from the sales or pre-sales background with depth understanding of the problem statement, product market fit, and market dynamics double up as a product chief as well, or they should hire separately a product head to run a startup such as this, Vikramji?
Well, difficult one to answer, but for me, a product person needs to have an altogether different mindset, because I think the comparison here is with a person who comes from a sales or a pre-sales background, and whether we can actually wear a product hat. If you ask me, obviously anything is possible. We know that, usually in the beginning, every founder wears multiple hats. But if you ask me, I'll rather have a person who is, actually working on the, I'll rather have a salesperson working largely as a CEO. I'll have a separate product guy, and I'll have a separate technology guy. I would really not want to interweave these three separate tracks unless I have a very, very strong reason to do that. But ideally, the answer is no. Yeah.
Perfect. I think I'm going to take this opportunity to summarize the discussion. We touched upon some very important aspects. First, we try to differentiate between what is a prototype and what is an MVP. Then we moved on when we spoke about how to develop these prototypes using the technology which is available currently, both for the software companies as well as for the hardware or a physical product company. We then touched upon and we spoke about how you can build a prototype for a services business currently in the country. Then we had some very interesting input from Mr. Vinam Mishra ji on what are the schemes and incentives available from MSME and various other government departments. We then also heard from Vikramji about his expertise of first building a venture and then working with large companies such as Goldman Sachs and Snapdeal. And then finally, Abhinav shared some very interesting insights about how the partner ecosystem is available for early stage startups to build solutions and launch solutions very fast in the country. Abhinav also touched upon the roles incubators, accelerators, and other organizations are playing to support early stage startup. I think that's a very wonderful summary. And while we can have a very long discussion, in the interest of time and to accommodate more sessions, as it's a 4-day long event, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of AIC BIMTECH to thank Vikram Gupta ji from taking out time from a really busy schedule to come and join us for this event. Vikram ji.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi, for beautifully moderating this event. You have literally been one of the best speakers here on this panel, to be very honest. Really congratulate you on that. Yeah, thank you very much. And obviously, I want to extend my thanks to all the members of AIC BIMTECH team for hosting this event and inviting me on this event. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Also, my thanks to Vinamr Mishra ji, who is currently not available with us, but thanks a lot for him to taking out time from his busy schedule. And finally, Abhinav Singh Rawat, our very own, to join the session and share very interesting insights, both for our startups and for all the aspiring entrepreneurs who are watching us currently and would watch the session on our YouTube platform later on. Once again, thank you so much for all the speakers, and keep watching for the next 2 days the very, very interesting sessions which are planned for all the participants. Thank you so much. Over to you, Anmol.
Thank you, Ravi Ranjan sir. Thank you for moderating this session and posing such pertinent questions about prototype development and the various entities that offer support to startups. And obviously, Vikram sir for providing such detailed insights based on his experience starting his own venture as well as working within a large multinational corporation. And my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Abhinav Singh Rawat for joining this session at last minute and sharing his perspectives and knowledge from the incubator's point of view. And finally, I would like to thank our host institute, BIMTECH, and special thanks to all our academic partners, corporate partners, outreach partners, and our hosting partners, Zoho and Zoom. Finally, thank you to our session partners, NITTE Greater Noida and SGT University, Gurgaon. Stay connected for our next panel discussion on role of angel funding for early stage startups. We have speakers from prominent organizations such as Fluid Ventures, Inflexor Ventures, Peach Ventures, and Lex Ventures, and Snap. Sorry, and Peach Venture. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram sir, for joining. Thank you. Thank you, Ravi sir. We're starting our next session at 7 p.m. In meanwhile, Abhinav sir, if we can take it over.
So maybe I can take forward regarding the different things. I'll share the slide. So from where Abhinav left. Just give me a second.
We have also one raised hand from the participants. So, Indrani, if you have any specific question, you can please drop in chat box and maybe we can answer it.
I think Abhinav explained about all the programs that we have been running and the different stages where we take in startups. And so now coming on to the partners that we have and that we've collaborated with. So in total, we have 90 plus national and international partners with us, providing different soft infrastructure benefits to our incubatees that are associated with us. So you can see a list of partners here, AWS, Zoho. We do even have different investors connected with us. So the total amount of benefits worth that we provide is 10.28 CR to all our incubatees. We also do have access to 60 international academic partners with the help of our host institution, BIMTECH. So we do have access to all these international academic partners for any kind of market access and collaborations that our startups might need or might need to connect with any of these universities or academic collaborations. I think Abhinav did mention about the Startup India Seed Fund as well, that we do have the seed fund which we can grant to different startups in the form of grant or CCD. Also, I would like to focus that though today we are talking about the prototype stage of the startups, but then we do also provide international access to our startups. So we do have network connections with different embassies of different countries in India as well as abroad. So in case any of you any startup which has actually reached a stage where they're generating revenue and they're well established in India, and now they're planning to basically go abroad, try out different geographical markets. You're more than welcome. You can connect with us and we can provide you the access that we have to different countries. So that kind of help is also provided by AIC BIMTECH. You can reach out to us, email us. You do have our contact, visit our website, and we'll be happy to help you connect with any of the different resources and networks that we have. So this is one of the programs that we ran last year with Korea Institute of Startup and Entrepreneurship Development, KISET, which is a part of the Ministry of SME. In South Korea, and we supported 10 startups in basically helping them understand the Indian business ecosystem, in creating local networks and partnerships, and establishing business in India. So we do provide support market expansion to the startups in abroad and vice versa to startups here in India, giving them global access. So these are the different programs that we have been running. We do have, good connects with different state governments, especially UP and Orissa government. We conducted a one-day incubator program for 24 incubators supported by Uttar Pradesh government. We have ran around 2 to 3 programs for Orissa government, latest being program named Praram, where we helped Orissa-based startups providing a virtual market access. So that is one of the few programs that we ran for Orissa government. Coming back to the different banking schemes that are available for startups. So we are currently running a banking and finance for startup series. It is a series of 20 events designed to help startups engage with banks and help them understand the different schemes that are provided by them. Usually what happens that startups are not aware of the different schemes that are available now. I mean, the startup ecosystem has evolved and so have the stakeholders along with it. So now each bank has a different vertical, I would say, for startups, and they are engaged in providing better schemes for startups, particularly, especially for startups, new startups that want to accelerate and want to go ahead. So that kind of support is provided by different banks, and we are running this series of events where you can join in for that event and understand the different schemes that are provided by the banks. Coming to, we were also selected for Parivartan grant by HDFC to support startups. So we supported 2 startups last year in the field of EdTech and skill development, giving them, the total amount of 50 lakh. So that is also where we support startups on different stages, basically. We were also an execution partner for a 10-month program with UNGCNI to basically use SDG as a catalyst for the development of new products and services within participating organizations like GAIL and ONGC. So this is our team. I would like to introduce our team led by Dr. Abha Rishi, who's our CEO. You have seen all our teammates here all day long sitting with you, Mr. Anil, Abhinav, Sayam, myself, Anmol, Kapil, Prashasti, and Anisha. So we work, a short and lean team working for and with the startups, I would say. So that's it for now. Now, I will take a pause and basically just run a video to take you through the basically a virtual tour of our incubation center, I would say, so that you understand what kind of facilities we have. We provide co-working space, co-living space, and a variety of facilities available for our startups. So just give me a second to just share that video with you all.
BIMTECH has a profound legacy in the values of our founders. We stand not only for creating economic and commercial success, but also for social impact.
Been engaged with AIC BIMTECH since its foundation. The life cycle journey of AIC BIMTECH has been thrilling in a way.
I have been associated with in a variety of ways. I have been a person who's talked to various budding entrepreneurs on their projects, how to start their projects off, the difficulties they face, the kinds of problems they have in scalability, and other such issues.
Hello, Sirisha ma'am. Hello, Amit sir.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Sirisha ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Good evening. Yes, you definitely are.
I'll stay on mute till we start, if you would be okay with that.
I think we have 2 minutes. Yeah.
Hi, Anil. Good to see you. Pragya, Abha. Hi, Amit. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to get the background up. So I hope I can try and fix that in the next minute.
No issues, ma'am.
Sure. We are, Amit sir, we are just waiting for Harsha ma'am to join. She will be joining in a minute or two, and then we may start the session.
The background is up.
So it's been a long day, and we have had quite a bit of participation from the ventures and quite a lot of questions. So we are now reaching to the last session of this day. I'm thankful to Amit ji for joining in at this moment. Sirisha and Harsha, I think, is joining in a few minutes. So yeah, maybe we can start the session because it's 7 o'clock. And in the meantime, Harsha can join in. Sirisha, does that work for you?
Yes. I'm happy to wait. I'm happy to kickstart.
Yes. So Harsha has also joined in.
Hi, everybody.
Hello,
Hi, Harsha.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. So I think, Anil, the panel is complete. Let's start.
Sure, ma'am. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to everyone. I'm Anil Singh on behalf of Atal Incubation Center, BIMTECH. I would like to welcome and thanks everyone for attending this panel discussion, which is on role of angel funding for early stage startup. If you have just joined, I would like to take this concerns to welcome you on the second edition of Amalgam. This 4-day international convention is dedicated to brings together entrepreneurial stakeholders. Amalgam 2 is special for us because it makes the 4th anniversary of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH. After several emails, LinkedIn posts, and WhatsApp chats, we are finally here to bring together startups, aspiring entrepreneurs, and key players in the startup ecosystem. And now it's pleasure that welcome and introduce our eminent panelists and the moderator of the panel, starting with Ms. Srisha Jalala. Srisha is the founding partner of Pesh Venture UK and Maximus Capital Fund, and the non-executive director of Confluence Media Limited. Srisha has over 2 decades of corporate experience as has previously worked with Wipro, IBM, and Tech Mahindra. She has served on the board of numerous startups and advised them for their products, sales, and growth strategies in high growth verticals such as financial services, fintech, media, health tech, space tech, and social impact. She also served on the advisory board of several organizations involved in the India-UK trade corridor, including Bridge India and Technoplat. In the non-for-profit sector, Srisha has advised early stage social impact entrepreneurs, served as a mentor of the MIT Climate CoLab, and volunteered with German Foundation. Srisha is graduate in physics and computer science and attended executive leadership program at XLRI Jamshedpur and Harvard Business School. Welcome, ma'am. Now, I would like to introduce Harsha Mundada. Harsha Mundada, ma'am. She is a principal in Inflexer Venture LLP, a venture capital firm specialized in early stage B2B technology companies. Harsha ma'am has been with the fund since its inception as the fund principal. She is responsible for a wide range of responsibilities from deal execution to portfolio management. Legally inclined, she immerses herself into the nitty-gritty of legal aspects of the fund and validates potential deal for the organization. Harsha ma'am has over 15 years of experience in financial services and has previously worked with the big four companies in their transactions and advisory department in various senior leadership roles. She is a chartered accountant and holds an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. Welcome, ma'am. And I would like to
Sanilji, for the kind words.
Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure. I would like to introduce Amit Singhal, sir. Amit Singhal, sir, is the general partner at Fluid Venture. He has over 20 years of industry experience and wealth of knowledge. He is an expert in financial reporting, income taxation, and financial accounting. He started his career as a trainee and has since advanced to become a general partner in Fluid Venture. He is a director of ASR Business Advisory Private Limited and CEO of Startup Buddy Private Limited. He is a financial reporting, income taxation, and financial accounting expert. He is consulting, constantly delivering entrepreneurs program sessions, and his various articles have appeared in financial publication. He is also involved in a number of national and international student entrepreneurship initiatives. He is a chartered accountant by profession as a member of Institute Chartered Accounts of India, from where he also received his diploma in information system audience. And he is one of our advisor in AIC BIMTECH. Finally, I would like to welcome and introduce Dr. Avarisi ma'am, who is our CEO, the panel discussion moderator as well. Dr. Avarisi is the CEO of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH and the chairperson of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Development, CID. She is a senior faculty with 27 years of experience in the field of entrepreneurship and international trade. She is a PhD, PGDIBO, MFT, MIB, and holds an EEC honors from STVP, Stanford University. She is among the few Indians to hold both a Shivling Scholarship and Shared Business School. From Shared Business School, University of Oxford, UK, and a Fulbright Scholarship from India and Rutgers University, New York, USA. She has 9 national and international awards to her name, with the latest one brings the Global Women in Leadership Award 2021 by the Global Council for Promotion of International Trade, GCPIT, on March 8, 2020. Thank you, Ava ma'am. Over to you. Please take this session further.
Thank you, Anil, and welcome to Sirisha, Harsha, and Amit sir. I mean, it's a panel which has got people from different spectrums. So Sirisha is here from social impact and a lot of other dimensions of ventures. And we have Harsha, who is there from technology ventures. And we have Amit sir, who has been there in the commercial side of it and also sector agnostic, if I believe that I'm correct. So it's going to be a power-packed discussion. So all of you who are here, stay tuned and make sure that you keep posting your questions. So let's start with the first question. And I think most startups have this question in their idea, and this is going directly to you first, Harsha, that when should a startup really go out for angel investors? I mean, what is the right time that you think that a startup should start thinking about angel investments? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was talking on mute. Okay, this is kind of an interesting question when we say when a startup should be going out for funding, because we see a lot of times ideation stage, the first thing a venture, an entrepreneur sometimes looks for is funding. Or okay, let me get some funding and then start building the product. I would rather say that the right time to go for angel funding is when you have some sort of a background ready, not at a very initial ideation stage. You can go for angel funding at seed stage, but some sort of team is being put in place, 2 people, 3 people, at least some sort of, background is ready that, okay, now the venture started, and then is the right time to go for angel funding. And because what happens is, if you don't have anything ready and you go very early to an angel investor, you will end up diluting much more than what you should be doing at that stage. So it's important that you time it in a way where, you don't just get a valuation out of your idea, but have some level of work done. Could be research on the partial product development, a beta stage product development, even if a MVP is not ready, some sort of development has happened, because that puts in the effort of the entrepreneur gets validated at that point. Yeah.
I perfectly believe what you say, that put the skin first and then only you should look about for funding. So going on to Amitji, what is your take on this question? Like, when should the startups start thinking about going in for angel investment?
Yeah, ma'am. So I totally echo what Harsha said, that it is important that you should have a skin in the game. But to be very honest, there is no straightforward answer to this question, that what is the right time. It purely depending upon the sectors or the status or the background of the founders as well. Now think about a student who just has completed his graduation and he has some idea and he wants to start. He has not earned anything in the past, but he's working on an idea which can be scalable and can do very well, but he need at least 50 lakh to 75 lakh rupees to start at the ideation stage itself. So there may be different answer, but yes, the best way is that you have a POC ready, you have some paid customer, and you feel that I need some money for scalability, then at that stage, that is the best scenario for you. Because in that case, you will get a right kind of valuation of your company as well. As all of us know, that valuation varies at ideation stage, POC stage, or the Series A level. So in case you will go early into the market, you will have to dilute more. And in case you will go little late, you will have to dilute less. So the best stage is proof of concept stage. And even if you have some 5, 10, 15 paid customers, that is the best situation from the perspective of valuation. Otherwise, you should go out whenever you feel that you need money. And I normally, as an angel investor, always appreciate those in the who do family and friend round first before coming to us. In case they have even raised 10 lakh rupees, 20 lakh rupees from their relatives, it shows a little more confidence to us that yes, he can do better because people are believing in them. So POC, short answer, but any stage.
Wherever you need the funding, you need to start looking for it, but at least have that credibility behind it. And I we have had the views from Harsha and Amitji, that's the Indian side of it. Let's now go across to Sirisha, who has invested in many startups in UK. So let's see if her answer differs from what Amitji and Harsha have said. Over to you, Sirisha.
Thanks, Dr. Rishi. I first want to just say, for all the women who are on the forum, very happy International Women's Week that we are all celebrating, all the entrepreneurs and students who are on board. In terms of my response is pretty much an amalgamation, as the topic is, between Harsha and Amit. I do believe that there are different kinds of angel investors and there are different kinds of startups, given my experience, and also different markets. So if you look at London as a market, you could raise a big funding round on ideation stage itself if you are a capital intensive startup. So for example, one of our investment is space tech. You wouldn't want to believe that you could start a space tech company without any capital infusion at all to start with. It requires that kind of commitment, both from the founders and the investors. It also depends on the kind of angel investors. So if you look at UK or even US as a specific market, there are a lot of tax rebates that are given to people who are here. So there is an SEIS kind of scheme. Now, the kind of angel investors you get there are people who are looking to park 20, 30K because there's a tax efficiency that kicks in for themselves individually. Those angel investors may not contribute significantly in terms of your funding round. Dilution may not be very high. However, it is a very accessible kind of funding that can be picked up for startups here. The other kind of angel investors, which I typically see for startups, whether it's an ideation stage or it's at a POC stage, I do agree that depending on which sector you are, you need to look at your capital requirement when you're starting an idea, and that determines what kind of angel you go to. But the other kind of angel investors that are typically more popular are angel investors who've been entrepreneurs themselves. And they take a very philanthropic view on the founder. As Amit said, it's down to the founder's experience. Do you have credibility? Do you have experience? If you have experience, you could raise it without a POC from an accredited, angel investor who's been an entrepreneur, because they're pretty much taking a bet on your business idea and you as an entrepreneur as well. So depending on which sector you are, what your capital requirement is, what your background is, and what kind of investors you're raising from, it varies and what stage. But for general B2B SaaS, IT tech kind of products, a POC, some traction, some understanding of what your revenue model is going to be like. If you are at that stage, I think that's a good point to raise.
Thanks, Sirisha. So that kind of answers one of the questions, that as soon as you have an idea, don't think about funding as getting it from an angel investor. First, try and get some money from your own circle, which is there, so that the credibility is created for an angel investor to come in. And also, like, looking at the different sectors that you are in, then take a call on it. So going on ahead, what are the financial parameters that you as angel investors set before investing in a startup? So I'm going to ask Amit sir to start first, and then I'm going to go to Harsha and then Sirisha. So Amit sir, what are the financial parameters that you look for?
So to be very honest, at the time of angel investor, financial parameters does not take much more priorities at all, because whenever we do an angel investment, we see the future projections of that, and that's all depending upon his business plan. So historic data does not take any role in this, but definitely from future perspective, first of all, it is important for us to understand that what is the scalability possibility of this particular startup, and what will be the break-even point when they will reach, what will happen in case the subsequent round doesn't happen. So will they be able to survive or they will die out? So, and another important aspect is that whether there is a possibility to go global or not. So these are also important aspects for us to see from the financial perspective. And is it a model where along with the revenue, the cost will not substantially increase? Because sometimes we confuse between the business and the startup, and that is the basic difference between business and startup. In business, once you will grow, your cost will also increase. Percentage may be different or maybe improve, but definitely it is not a model where small cost can get you a more revenues. So considering this, these are some important aspects which we look into the startup, and based on that we decide whether we want to enter into this or not. And sometimes my answer doesn't fit. For example, if we are investing in a sector, particular sector, where data or the profile of customer is extremely important. Sometimes there is a startup where you can't expect much revenue, you can't expect break even from there, but there may be possibility that yes, there will be some persona of the customer or something will be there where the cross-selling is possible later on. The right example is Paytm, where we started with just recharging the mobile. Now he's selling you mutual fund as well, and he's doing hundred of things with you. So in case I will invest in Paytm kind of company, I will not expect revenue immediately, but I will expect that what is the data he is gathering, what is the information he has. So, but largely when we are talking about business, the financial aspect which I mentioned, that's what we see from the future perspective only. Historic data doesn't matter.
Right. So over to you, Harsha. Now, what is your perspective on this? So do you look at financial parameters?
Yeah, I mean, see, I think these are questions where, a lot of points have been already covered by Amit. Okay, I think, yes, as Amit rightly said, that at this stage, historical data is always limited. When an angel investor comes in, you would have done probably a friends and family round where you have some sort of product ready and things like that. You will not have that level of historical data. But as Amit rightly pointed out, an angel investor will look at what to expect in future from the company. And at an angel investor level, the risk is highest as compared to when we as VCs come in. The risk is higher. We are stuck there. And that is why returns are also. So if they are expecting a 10x, 20x, 30x returns, so where can this company go there is what they will also look at. Does this have the potential to be, scale up to that level that this company can raise next round of funding, next 2, 3, 4 rounds of funding, and then eventually give us an exit? I think that becomes very critical for an angel investor, because if either as an angel investor you would have some sort of strategic interest with your existing business, or you would do it as a being part of the startup community or being part of the new businesses community. In case you're looking at it as a new business, then you would want that exit. Or if you're looking at it from strategic initiative perspective or innovation perspective, how this business can eventually fit into your own business, existing business, will be another perspective what an angel investor would be looking at.
Thanks, Harsha, for that. And over to you, Sirisha, what do you think?
No, I completely agree with Amit and Harsha on this part. In terms of very specific KPIs, if that's where we're looking at, burn rate is something that I find, either it's a plan or in terms of, data that you can provide over the past few months, because we're still talking early stage angel investment. I've often seen founders are not very conscious of the burn rate. What is your monthly burn rate? You must know that, and you should be able to stick to that from a financial KPIs or metrics perspective. The other aspect, as Amit did say, a lot of startups, at least at the angel investing stage, will not break even for the first 12 to 18 months. So we're not expecting break even, but we are expecting some view of the profitability in future. How profitable, what are your margins are going to look like, and what's your pricing structure around it in specific startup. And also, because it is early stage, there is no return on investment kind of metric that you could look at, but we do look at return on equity, which both Amit and Harsha alluded to. Because return on equity is, how big can the company be? Can you be 10x? Can you be 20x? 3 years from now or 5 years from now? So there is a way to measure that on how the rate of progress of the startup is happening month on month and quarter on quarter, and that allows us to see which direction it's taking. And as Harsha also rightfully mentioned, the scalability and what is the addressable market size. That also is something that it evolves as the startup grows. And it changes based on how the market dynamics are playing out, how many competitors are entering the market, as well as it changes with what happened with COVID. It significantly changed what the target addressable market was or what the competition could have been. So those are other important aspects. And personally, for me, if I'm talking about impact funding, there is what is the impact? What is the net impact? So you may not break even, you may not even be profitable. But what is the net impact that you're creating? If it is, 22 million girl child education, or if it is building, like I was on call with Sairi, and she's built a, female network of 25 million women on the platform providing services. So from an impact perspective, there are KPIs that you would look at and say, can this create a big enough impact for the society you're playing in? So depending on the kind of startup again, but I completely agree with, Amit and Harsha as well. Very early on, the metrics are very tentative, but at least having a plan around it is useful.
So, guys, that's good news and that's bad news. So the good news is that your historical data doesn't matter. But the bad news is that you have to be very specific about your metrics. That means you need to know what is TAM, SAM, and if you don't know these terms, better get into the whole jargon part of it and understand what it is before you even think about approaching an angel investor. And also make sure that your plan is good. That means you're able to give that exit of 10x, 20x that most angel investors are looking at. So scalability plays a huge role, the impact plays a huge role, and so does value. So going on to my next question, suppose you have somebody.
I would like to add one point here, which is
Sure, please.
This is recently I added in my checklist, just to add Harsha point, that subsequent round of investment is extremely important for us as an angel investor. Whenever we listen to a pitch, out of 15-minute pitch, 10 minutes, we think about that only. There will be subsequent round as well. But now I have added one more thing here. In case the subsequent round will not happen, will there be a strategic acquisition of this company, so that at least as an angel investor, we will be able to recover our money? So we are start thinking from that perspective as well. So for startup, it is important to think from that perspective as well, because they have never faced such question that what will happen if subsequent round will not happen. So they should be ready that in case the subsequent round will not happen, we can be acquired by this listed company or the big unicorns or something like that. In case they will have right answer, the possibility of getting angel investment will be little higher.
True, absolutely true. I mean, if not from one angle, then at least from some other angle, the investor should get the value out of the investment. So continuing on with that kind of question, so what do you think that the founders should understand about the key metrics about their own company? So what is it that you think are the most important things out here?
So let me start.
Maybe,
let me start. So the first important key metric for me, whenever I am looking at a startup, and it may be different for all angel investor, but I start with lifetime value of a customer. So whenever you are working on any idea, a customer, how many products he will buy from you. When I'm saying product, it may be services. Whether you are into food industry, where customer will buy your product every day or every week or once in a month. We may order anything from Zomato maybe once in a week. It is not like that we will order the food every day. But in case we are using the Zomato services, we may be ordering it on daily basis for our staff or the customer. So that's why you will be clear that in case I am acquiring one customer, what will be the lifetime value of a customer? Sometimes we didn't find that answer from the founder side. We asked this question, they said we don't know. So that point, that key metrics, founder should be clear. Another thing is that in case X is the lifetime value of a customer, what is your cost of acquisition of a customer? Are you spending 5 rupees, 10 rupees? That is again become an important metrics for us. As I already covered, repeatability is extremely important. Someone was pitching me today that he's working on a LED, special type of LED TV. So I was asking that any household will buy your product once in 5 years or 7 years. In case you are saying that warranty is of 7 years, then he will not come to you again. So why I should invest in you? Why he will come to you? So he said, no, boat is preparing earphone while I am doing that. So I said, one person will buy earphone for 5 members in his home, and there may be different earphone for the office, different for the car, and there may be repeatability in case he will like your earphone. But where is the repeatability with the single product? Or let me know that once you will acquire the customer through LED TV, then you will be able to sell 10 other products to him. So that's why it is very important that what is the repeatability, why the customer will come to you again and again. And is there any entry-level barrier? In case you are starting something, what if your competitor who may have deep pocket as compared to you, if he will start, what will happen to you? So what is your strategy? So these are 3-4 key metrics for me as an angel investor. I would like other panelists to add other things. So otherwise list is very long, but these are the four key metrics which I look into the startups.
Yes, Harsha.
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of them. I think one is very important is unit economics. I think a lot of startups at times lose sight of that in terms of unit economics. I think when we talk about unit economics, we talk about not only the gross margins and the net margins on each unit, which will cover obviously your customer acquisition costs, etc. So I think very important on that. I think another point, what I feel very important is the burn rate, which I think Shrisha already covered in the last question. But burn rate, specifically identifying, being aware of what your burn rate is, how much runway you have, and when you need to raise the next round, because there's no guarantee of raising the next round. So how much you can stretch and how you will stretch, what is your plan B? that will be important in doing when you talk numbers. Obviously, when you're talking about burn rate, you're also talking about funding requirements, what the company has, when, based on your expansion plans. Because a lot of times people will say, I'll raise one round and then I'll be sustainable. That doesn't happen. You have to raise second, third, fourth round. And you need to know when you need to raise that second, third, fourth round. So I think that those 3-4 points are very critical. One thing which which I think Amit covered is on the recurring and non-recurring side of the revenue. Just like Amit mentioned, what a customer is going to give you additional revenue. Recurring and non-recurring revenue becomes more important from a perspective of a tech product if you have. Because if you have a SaaS product, then you will have exponential growth in revenue because you have recurring SaaS revenues. Whereas if you don't have a recurring revenue, you'll be always on the treadmill to get more customers and increase your revenues. So these are the points with it.
So Sirisha, your additions to the list?
No, I think, lifetime value is already covered. COGS is covered, cost of goods sold. And I think, customer acquisition cost, keeping an eye on those numbers, especially your cost early on, is very important because it helps you to, figure out how much money you need, how much capital requirement will be required for the next round. Harsha did talk about, and Amit did talk about repeatability or, your pricing structure itself. What is your pricing model? It's a subscription-based model. It's, a recurring revenue, or is it a one-time sale? Even if it is a one-time sale, what's the value of that one-time sale? Because that will determine your sales pipeline. Also, one of the numbers that I look at for some of the startups that we've invested in is your conversion factor. You have 20, 30, 40, 50 customers you can reach out, but what is your conversion factor of the number of leads to conversion? That's important because that gives you the rate of growth on a month-on-month basis, and that gives us an ability to project into your next funding round as well as next capital requirements. And for specific like space tech and others, which are high capital intensive investments that we look at, one metric that usually is not for non-capital intensive startups is the rate of investment into R&D. I think Harsha did mention about what is your USP, what is your entry barrier for competitors, and we see a lot of tech companies with IP-based companies, right? They're creating new IP, they're registering their IP. There is protection in markets like US and EMEA especially. What that also means that once you build and you apply for an IP, you have to protect the IP. So percentage of an IP-led startup should always be invested back into continuing to protect the IP. So that becomes very specific to capital intensive and to IP-based tech product companies. Not applicable for everybody, but that's another interesting metric that we found, that there is a direct correlation between how protectable it is and how you create more entry barriers for others to come in.
Great. I have a list of...
Again, I would like to...
Sure.
Sorry to cut in between, but from your point only, just something came to my mind. You mentioned about SAM, and I have seen in multiple cases when I listen to the pitch, they normally say my SAM is this, service addressable market. But what happens if I will ask them in detail, okay, your TG is women between 18 to 24, and if I dig down, they do not have any answer. They said, okay, I copied it from some NASCOM report, or AIC BIMTECH has it published one report. I just copied and pasted it. So that is not the right strategy for the startup. They should do proper homework, and in case they will be able to help the investor understand, okay, in India, there is a population of 130 crore. There is a urban woman, rural woman. My customer is urban woman. They are 20 crore. Each woman will buy X product. The value of each product will be 3 rupees. That's why my SAM is this much. Rather than referring to some report and saying, I read the newspaper somewhere, there is a creator economy who has contributed $1 billion to YouTuber or something like that. I do not know what is the breakup. So we normally feel that he will not be able to do business, because unless and until he will understand the basic metrics of a business and he do not know his customer, he will not be able to do that. So that is my suggestion to the audience. Do your work. In case in your presentation there is one source and you are not confident on that, delete that slide. Do not keep it.
Hold on to that thought, because I'm going to come back and ask about the pitch deck. But before I do that, let me sum up for the audience this question that we have talked about. And I completely believe that market research is very important, because we actually had a session on market research and the importance of market research for early stage ventures. So summing up from here, so I have 10 of these. So the first one is lifetime value. So you need to really calculate your lifetime value, the cost of acquisition, the repeatability, that means the recurring and the non-recurring revenue which is going to come from your venture. Then entry level barriers. This is very important, because if you are into the space where IPs are important, make sure that you have that kind of IPs registered and that you have a specific USP out there. Then unit economics, of course, the gross margin and the net margin, you should know what it is all about. Then you should also understand your monthly burn rate and also how much runway you have. So if you're running out of money, that's not the time for you to look at investors. You need to start planning a little bit ahead. Then also the understanding the follow-up funding. Again, this goes into the earlier point that you should know how much and when you require it. And of course, you need to also understand the conversion factor. That means how many leads are you able to convert, because that adds on to your ROI. And then, of course, we have the pricing model and value. So that kind of sums up what was talked about in this question. So going on ahead and talking about, picking up from where Amitji left off, how important is a pitch deck? Because everybody is like literally talking about pitch decks, this, pitch decks, that. So from your perspective, how important is it? So maybe I'll start with Sirisha. So Amit sir, I'm going to ask the lady to start this time. So let Sirisha go first, and then I'll
do that back. Because my answer is very
Amit.
different.
So let's have all
I'm
the
happy
three
for
perspectives.
Amit to start it off because it always gives me time to think. No, just kidding. In terms of pitch deck, it is important. The three aspects that I find very important, it doesn't need to be pretty. It doesn't, and I see a lot of beautiful pitch decks and we don't invest in them. So it's not about how pretty the deck is looking. Amit did talk about market research. Most often the research that the founders do, we do our own research before we invest, right? We have an understanding of the segment. We have an understanding of your competitors who are also raising funds. So market research is important for you to know as a founder where you're headed, but it's not like the most relevant part from our perspective. Three things that are really, really critical, at least from my perspective, is what is the vision? Do you have a big enough vision in terms of where your company is going to grow? And do you have a very clear idea of what is the gap in the market that you're addressing? That has to be articulated very clearly. Founders, background of the founders should be on a slide, which actually allows us to know how relevant the founders are to that particular business that they're trying to, or startup that they're trying to build. Some understanding of the financial model. And this is where we often see the tech founders who have some career, or people who are innovators but trying to start a startup, who are different kind of entrepreneurs. The financial understanding, the financial model and understanding is usually lacking, and that is very, very critical. We see a lot of pitch decks where a CA has given a valuation, and no disrespect to CAs, they do play a very, very critical role when the startup starts scaling up, because there isn't enough data. But modeling and based on projections which are unrealistic is very common occurrence. So having a very simple, it doesn't need to be so complicated, just your cost, your pricing, your revenue, addressable, your specific target market or customers that you're going after. Just having a simple slide with 4 of those outlined is easier, and that's what we're looking for. It doesn't need to be complicated. But we do often find that when you quiz founders on financial model, their understanding is lacking. So a bit of homework there. And then for IP-based and tech-based products, obviously we do want to look at what is the tech strategy, and who's the person in the team who's going to lead on the tech. Do they have enough background to be innovative in that space? So your roadmap, your product roadmap, if you're a tech company. I think those are essentially what I look for in a pitch deck, but it does start with your vision for the company over in future, with 3 years, 5 years. Where do you see yourself?
Thanks, Sririsha. So over to Harsha now, and then I'll come up with Amit sir. So
Okay,
Harsha,
I
your take.
think on the pitch deck, a couple of things are very important. Like Shreesha covered, it has to be realistic projections. It has to be in terms of what their product is. That has to come out. That vision has to come out clearly. But at the same time, I think what needs to be covered also is the knowledge of the market. Which includes not only the TAM, SAM, SWAM, but will also include how you will approach the market or how you will approach the customer. That's part of his vision, because you have to have that understanding that, okay, this is how this market works and this is how I can best approach and get the customers onboarded. Second thing, as a pitch deck, I mean, we see a lot of pitch decks where, entrepreneur will say, okay, I'm the best in this space and I compete with only the Googles or the Apples of the world and there's no other competition. You can't go with a pitch deck which says like that. Don't be blind to the competition. There'll be 10 other startups doing the same stuff. Identify them. That gives a lot more confidence when you are able to explain in your deck that, okay, this is the reason why I'm better than the other competitors who are working in the same space. That gives the investor more benefit, more comfort, because as Amit had mentioned earlier also, that technology moat is very important. And that identifying your competition is the first way where you can develop a moat. How do you plan to develop that moat? That plan has to come across in your pitch deck. And then one more important point, at least from my perspective, is how you cover your unit economics, etc. I think the matrices we discussed, those need to come appropriately in the pitch deck.
Yeah. Right. So over to you for your perspective now.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving others priority on that. It gave me a time to think about it. So I partially agree with Sirsha. She rightly said that there are certain contents which are important. But to be very honest, let me start from my perspective, and it may be different for all angel investor, because that is purely depending upon each type. So first of all, these days, this pitch deck have become irrelevant for me. To be very honest, I do not look much at the pitch deck. I only spend half a minute or maximum 2 minutes at any pitch deck to decide whether I want to meet the founder or not. That is my point of thinking, whether I will have to talk. And the design is extremely important for us. To be very honest, I do not look at the content. My purpose of looking at a presentation is only to think about the founder. How, if he can't design the pitch deck, I don't think he will be able to design his startup in the way he want to design it. It is like something impression. When you are creating a catalog or the brochure for your company to the customer, it should be impressive. Unless and until it will be impressive, why some customer will buy your product or will invite you to pitch for the services. So that's how it is a brochure of a company to invite certain angel investor to listen to your pitch first. So that's why, first of all, it should be very good. I only prefer those pitch deck where the content is extremely less. Lots infographics are there, icons are there. You are able to explain through pictures rather than creating a long sentences essay in the. No one has time to read that. No one has time that. And even if you will pitch along with the presentation in the room or on the Zoom, you will not be able to read those small content. You will be very quick and specific. So my style is that whenever I receive a pitch deck, I only look at a slide of problem statement. First of all, what problem he is talking about. If I am able to correlate with that problem, I request the founder to give me an elevated pitch for, let's say, 5-10 minutes at least to understand his vision and other things. Otherwise, if I am not able to correlate with the problem statement, even I do not go to the solution part as well. So that is my style. Another thing which I normally look in the pitch deck, what is the background of a founder? How many founders are there? Is it a single founder company, or are there too many people who are on the advisor board? It gives me some sense that what they have done. Then another slide which I expect in the presentation is roadmap, what they have achieved till now and what they are planning to do in the future. And what is their ask? If I am investing 25 lakh rupees in a startup and they are asking for 10 crore rupees at an angel round, it does not make any sense to waste his time and my time, because I can't invest in his company. He's looking for HNIs. So that's how I normally prefer that there should be clear-cut ask mentioned in the pitch deck, so that there may be synergies. Sometimes investor only want to invest 3 lakh rupees and you are asking about 5 crore rupees. So what is, it does not make sense to waste your time on that. And these are the main things. And these days, when I am discussing with the founders, I normally ask him to pitch to me without pitch deck. It's not look that he's opening his pitch deck and then he's reading some sentences from them. I normally ask him to close the pitch. You have already sent me on WhatsApp or email. I have seen that. Now you tell me your vision in your own word. Do not confuse that what is in the first slide or third slide. It is not a college project. You simply tell कि क्या करना है, कैसे करना है, क्यों करना है, कैसे करोगे. तो मुझे ये 4 क्वेश्चंस के आंसर अगर मिल जाएंगे, I will be with you. Otherwise, thank you very much. चाय दोनों को अच्छी लगी. Bye bye. So thank you. This is my answer. And I want to be clear.
So again, good news and bad news for the audience out there. So all that time that you have spent in digging out beautiful photographs and animations, unfortunately, that's not going to work. So you need to focus on giving the right kind of information. And we have had all the 3 panelists stress on certain metrics which need to come into the pitch deck. And it has to be focused, not too much written, and don't waste your time writing a story. The story you can tell when you're meeting the investor, but you need to put your information out there in a very crisp, concise, but at the same time, beautiful way. So no animations and all that stuff. Give it straightforward as it is. So going on to the last question that we have before we pick up the questions from the audience, we have been talking about what the ventures, the founders need to bring in when they're talking to you guys. So from their perspective, if I were to ask this question, what are the things that you bring to the table when you invest? So funding, okay, fine. But besides that, what is the other things that you bring to the table? So this time again, I'm going to start with Harsha, then Sirisha, and then finally Amitji, if you don't mind. Yes. So
okay.
Harsha.
Value add from investors, I think a lot of times, I will not deny that there's no value add from investors, but a lot of times it's a very overrated term. You expect too much. You expect them to be hand-holding you for every single thing. That's not going to happen. Ultimately, you have to solve your problems. I think as investors, the biggest value add they can give you is on strategizing how to achieve the vision. Ultimately, the vision for the enterprise has to be for the founder. How to get there, what could be the alternatives if there is a roadblock, how to bypass it, how to navigate it is where, experience from the angel investors will add value. But if you expect them to help you on every single aspect and, literally dig in, work with you, it's not going to happen. So I think that is something you should have in mind. As investors, they can help you identifying the right people. You may not have the right team. They can help you identify what gaps are there and how to hire the right people, where, that kind of thing. Because at an early stage, at that stage, you need to have, you might be looking for a co-founder, you might be looking for technology people. Investors could help you that. If they are strategic investors who have been in that business, then they can open some doors for you. Go to the customer, help you make introductions to customer, but ultimately you have to go and sell there. It's not going to do that. So I think that is something which investors can do.
Right. So Sirisha.
No, I couldn't agree more with Harsha. I think we see this quite a bit where, we give the capital, but then there's the expectation of handholding, which is unrealistic, because if you look at the metrics and data in the market, about 10 to 20% of the startups actually end up going into their next round. And as angel investors, it's a portfolio game for us. We are putting in money into several companies, and we have several companies to manage as an investment. So that level of handholding that is sometimes expected comes from advisors who are on board, but not typically, from the investors. However, in terms of value add, as Harsha also mentioned, it's the network, access to network. And if you have angel investors who could help you in follow-on funding round, as Amit and Harsha also mentioned earlier, that when we are investing, we are also kind of looking at who would syndicate the next round. And having access to those follow-on funding investors for you is one of the big help that an angel investor brings, because they are also trying to protect your company, your next round, and they bring that network into it. And Harsha has mentioned, as Harsha mentioned, there is also the team, right? If you're looking for a CTO and we have another portfolio company, there's a lot of introduction we can do on technology. We are seeing a lot of startups acquiring startups happening in the market right now with the consolidation that we see. So there is, if you have angel investors who have portfolio companies that could align with it, that's another value add that they can bring. Of course, we are a sounding board for strategy because we believe in the business, we believe in the idea, we believe in the founders. We are there for sounding board on the strategy and roadmap for very specific, you have to bring a very specific problem to us, saying this is the particular problem I'm looking for. Could you help us solve it? But often what we see is founders just expect, general education, which is not the kind of time and investment we are able to do, given we are investing in multiple companies at a time, and it's a portfolio for us to manage. I think I would agree with Harsha. I think it has to be the whole point is investment is based on the founders and their background, their experience, and their ability to execute.
Right. Thanks. So Amitji, your take.
So already covered by Harsha and Sisha most of the things. So only 2 cents to this. So my suggestion is to the startups again, that whenever you are taking angel investment,
Your volume is a little low. Can you just?
Is it better now?
Yes.
Yeah. So my suggestion to the startups is that whenever you are taking angel round, or the first of all, sooner or later, this angel investor word will be replaced with the early stage investor. Angel is not going to be anything. Means earlier, I keep saying that you should take the money from the right kind of investor as well, because selection of an investor is also an important thing. But considering the competition and lots of startups in the market, and angels are means investors are not so much. So now there are 2 types of startups who are there. One who need money only, means they only require resources, they do not require any value addition from the investor side. But there are different kind of startups as well, where they do not require money, but they need certain advice from certain people. So they want them to be in their company so that their skin will be there and they can take benefit of their experience. So in case you are only taking money from someone to engage him in your company, then the expectation should be cleared in the advance as well, that what is the expectation between this. Are we required only resources, or are we required your advice as well, and how much time we are expecting from you? For example, if you are a technology company and you are taking money from CTO of some big corporates, and you want him to see the what is the structure, and it should always be on strategy level. It is not like that you start explaining, calling every day 9 a.m. that yesterday I did that. So there may be mentor, so you will have to differentiate between advisor and the mentor as well. So that's how the expectation should be clear, that you are in technology and I am creating a technology product. I need your help, but I want you to put 10 lakh rupees in my company so that it will also be grow. We are working together. So I am sure that I will give you a 10x return. So at least for your effort, it will make some sense for you as well. So that's how, if expectations are clear, what value addition required by a startup, that should be communicated clearly to the investors.
Perfect. So I think the startups should understand that the angel investors giving you the money, so kind of grow up. I mean, you can't expect them to hold you by the hand and like lead you everywhere. So you need to also have that level of mature thinking, that you should look for strategizing. Definitely, yes, because the angels have had that kind of experience. Networks, definitely, yes, because they can help you not only with the recruitment, but also with follow-up funding. So I have a few questions here. So the first one which is coming in from Prasoon Kashyap is that, are there investors which concentrate on agri-tech social impact sector? So Sirisha, maybe you can take this up. And
yes,
how to identify them, yeah.
How to identify them, network. That's, you have to network. As a founder, I cannot stress the importance of networking for early stage founders. But yes, there are specific funds. ESG has become one of the, key requirements for corporates as well as funds now. And there is a lot of funding going into impact space. And yes, there are specific agri-tech investment funds. These are specialized funds. Getting into them is not easy in the sense because they are specialized. They have a lot of requirement in terms of the capital requirement that comes to them. But there are specific funds. There are a lot of networking events that happen, at least here in London and even in India, Startup India. A lot of forums are out there where you can identify. There are specific forums that are on impact funding, on ESG funding. And when I say impact funding, it could be social impact, it could be climate change, which all falls under ESG remit. And it is, agri-tech, kind of companies coming in for food security. That is where it kind of fits. So there are specific, I would say there are forums. You could do Google online. You could even reach out to your own investors who would have the network of people who have impact funding focus, and you could go and talk to them about network. I think network is one way you would be able to access it. I don't know if that answers the question.
No, absolutely. Because the startups also need to start looking at the entire space and find out who are the different investors who are there in the different verticals which are there. Amitji, would you like to say anything about that? How can they go about finding, and other than Google, of course, Google is a huge guru.
No. Google is the worst thing in case of searching for an angel investor. Rather than doing that, you can read the report of In42 or Your Story or any media house where they are keep updating the angels in India. So but again, that is also not good. The best way to reach out to any, I think someone is unmute. So I'm able, there is echo. Okay. So what I was suggesting that rather than going for this route, the best way is to go through investment banker in case you can identify right investment banker, because they understand that who is investing where and what is their priority as of now. And if you don't want to go through investment banker, another best way is to do a friendship with the senior founders who have already raised the fundings from angel investors. So find out 10 friends, ask them for a reference. So as an angel investor, if I will get an email from my existing portfolio company or some founder who have already raised some funding in the past, and he will suggest something to me to meet someone, the priority of getting an appointment will be little higher as compared to the long cold email or the cold access to me, because we have already received 100 pitch deck every day. So in my entire life, I have read more than 5,000 startup, even not pitch deck. I have met more than 5,000 founders to pitch with me. So that's why it is always important to go either through the investment banker or through reference. That will help you a lot. Or incubators and accelerators. That is the best way to reach out. Means, to be very honest, these days, because they have all the data all over the world, who is doing what. So don't Google any, means I do not recommend Google or LinkedIn at all.
Just wanted to clarify, I meant Google in terms of finding out what forums to look at, accelerators, impact funds, because a lot of times I also see that people approach saying we are an agri-tech company, and on our website it's very clear that we don't invest in agri-tech. There is an impact fund that probably might do. So Google in terms of researching the people you want to reach out to in the forums.
You take it otherwise. But I want to say that after getting some reference, definitely search about. Means if you get a reference that Sirisha will help, Sirisha may invest in you, definitely do a research about them, whether they are the right kind of thing. But you will not find any list of angel investor on the Google that these are the angel investors who are investing in the agri-tech. So my intention is about to searching for an angel investor. Google is not a right strategy, but doing a particular, but there should be proper research before you are approaching. In case you will approach me and after meeting you will say, okay, Amit sir, please tell me first yourself, then I will start pitching. That will not be good. So do proper research about the fund, angel investor, and Google will help you a lot. But there is no Google who will help you to find out that these are the 10 angel investors in India who invest in social impact. So,
absolutely, it comes from the network, as you mentioned.
Correct. Yes.
Actually, if I may add here, like incubators and accelerators do have a list of investors on their panel. So that way, we are able to tell a lot, like which are the right investors to approach also. So that definitely helps. We have around 800 incubators in India. So reach out to the right ones. They'll be able to guide when it comes to reaching to the right investors again. But of course, I mean, the startups also have to do their own homework. So going on to the next question, which is there, this is from AirBuddy. They're saying that we are in the sector of healthcare and developing organic purifiers, but awareness due to air pollution is very low. So do you think it's good to invest in awareness regarding the same? Or because the market requirement is big, but lack of demand is what we suffer from. So any recommendations, any advice to him from any of the three? I mean, I'm leaving it open.
Let him take it up. So this is good that in case awareness is less and there is a possibility that the awareness can be created and the market size can be increased. Definitely, investors like that thing as well. It is not always important that people are aware about it and then you are investing. Let me give my example. I invested in a P-Safe where the hygiene was not so important. And no one was aware that yes, there can be product for the toilet sanitizing as well. So when he came, the same situation was there. So it was very difficult for me to believe, yes, this, because I was thinking that he will spend lots of money on the awareness only. First of all, he will create an awareness, then he will start selling. And now the PSAF is at very right stage. Means I am very happy with that investment, and I
think we have lost him for a few seconds. Maybe Sirisha or Harsha, would you like to take it up?
Yeah, I mean, creating awareness, specifically in the impact space, we've seen that we do find a lot of startups which have to invest in creating awareness. But I will go back to the point that Amit had made earlier in the discussion about problem statement. So the problem statement is, very realistic and it is relatable. Even if you have to create the awareness for it at a larger scale to create the market, the identification of the problem statement has to be immediate. And if that happens, then if an investor or even, we can identify with the problem that you're trying to solve, we know that awareness can help. But sometimes if your problem statement that you come up with is not easily relatable or is not readily relatable, then awareness is not gonna, really help you scale or build it further. Amit is back. I perhaps, let him.
So would you like to finish up?
Yeah, I almost completed with an example of P-Safe where I invested in awareness class and now they are at Series B. So definitely they create a great work. So I always prefer those startups where the market is at very niche stage and market size can be increased substantially at the later stage. So that's my strategy of investment. Right now, as you're aware, I invested in a company which is into mental health, United We Care.
Right.
There is no awareness. No one is ready that they have a problem. But we believe that this is a large problem and people will be aware later on. So that's how we back them.
Great. So Harsha, anything that you'd like to add on?
No, I think Shrisha and Amit covered it. I think knowing the market, I mean, you could be early to the market, timing the market right is important. If you are creating a market, so be it, but you should be aware that there is a problem or you're creating a product which will solve a problem. So I think that is very important for you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I'll bring this session to a close. So today has been more about prototyping and angel investing. Yesterday, we had about ideation. So the 4 days that we are talking about in this entire convention, starting with ideation, going on, like I said, prototyping and angel investing. And tomorrow we have about global expansion. So expanding your markets and also global expansion. So we have a lineup of around 11 embassies who are working out of India and the kind of market access that they can bring to the startups. And of course, the final one is about acceleration. So that is the 4 days that we have. Now, I think I'll hand it over to Anil. So yes, over to you, Atal.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. After such an in-depth discussion, even I had a better understanding of angel funding for early stage startup. I'm confident that attendees will get a lots of out of this session. Thank you, Srisha ma'am, and thank you, Harsha ma'am. I would like to thank you, Amit Singhal sir, for informative session as well. Many thanks to Abha ma'am for moderating and for this panel discussion. I would like to express my profound thanks to all the attendees for the accepting our invitation. Thank you also to everyone who contributed to making this a successful and informative event. I would like to thank you, our host institute, Birla Institute of Management Technology, as well as our 90 corporate partners, academic partners, and outreach partners, and our hosting partner, Zoom. Finally, thank you to our session partner, NITT Greater Noida and GST SDT University Gurgaon. We have to see you all again on day 3rd tomorrow, which will begin at 2:30 p.m. and feature new session on global entrepreneurship, raising fund for expansion, global innovation hubs, and many others. If you have any question, please get in touch with us at team@aicbimtech.com, or you can reach out to our website, events.aicbimtech.com/amalgam. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
So, ma'am, I would like to
Thank
you specifically for giving me an opportunity on Women's Week to interact with such a wonderful woman around the world, and wish you a very happy Women Week to all of you and all the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
From my side as well.
for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.